Aš čia gal nesugadinsiu, nes man reikės pasidėti. Viskas gerai, žiūrėkit, jūs sėskit drąsiai.
Labas rytas visiems susirinkusiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you in this hall and also those who have joined us online on Facebook. It is a pleasure to see so many of you. We still see some people coming. This is a very unique conference, which is organized in Vilnius in the Lithuanian Parliament. It's a very crucial aspect, and our conference is on understanding and responding to harmful sexual behavior displayed by children. Without further ado, well, since the day is long with a very busy program, I would like to give the floor. I'm sorry. I just would like to give you some technical information. We have translation. Channel 1 is for Lithuanian and channel 2 is for English. And you can change the channel on your panel. You can open the panel and find the channels.
In front of you. Gerai, tai dabar jau kviečiu.
I would like to give the floor to Dr. Edita Žiobienė, Ombudsperson for Child's Rights. She's a real activist for children's rights and a wise lady to give her welcome address.
Labas rytas.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your time and for coming here today. Today we're discussing a very complicated topic. It is very meaningful that we're here in the Lithuanian Parliament and we are discussing on a very sensitive issue. If you think that we're going to speak about accountability for harmful sexual behavior among children, you are wrong. It is difficult to find the right answer, and it's not difficult only for you, but for others as well. Today, I'm very grateful for the Lithuanian Parliament for hosting our conference today on this sensitive topic. The Nordic Council, the British Council, for their cooperation and for enabling us to start the discussion on this issue. Today we have 17 guests from different foreign countries, from the United Kingdom, from the other Baltic states and Nordic countries. Our guests will share their experience. I'll help us to understand how to create a better environment for our children and prevent them from going on a wrong path. so that we ensure that children have their childhood and they can enjoy this childhood. I'm very happy to have here our team. Ms. Bedorf also contributed a lot by finding the guests and inviting them to this conference. I very much hope for your active participation during questions and answer session and during the debate. Thank you very much. I wish you an active conference. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, Edita.
Thank you, Edita. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kęstutis Bilius, member of the Seimas, chair of the Seimas Committee on Social Affairs and Labor.
Labas rytas.
Good morning, dear guests. Good morning, conference participants. I can see a lot of people in the hall. I'm glad we have an opportunity to watch this conference online. I suppose this topic is very relevant, and I welcome you to this conference. I am a new chair of the committee, and it's sometimes difficult to fully grasp all of the areas. Harmful sexual behavior displayed by children is a very sensitive topic that has not been widely discussed by the society, but I'm glad that we have an opportunity today, together with our foreign guests, to talk openly, professionally, and responsibly about this problem, because this is a challenge not only for the professionals, but also a signal to our society. Because we had a lot of situations here in Lithuania that require not fear, but knowledge about this topic. And we should make certain decisions as soon as possible. Children's rights is one of the most relevant topics, although we talk about geopolitical issues, defense. But the topic of today also is related to education and family affairs. So children's rights are not just declarations, and the Children's Rights Conventions of the United Nations obliges us to ensure that every child has a safe childhood. So this is our duty, and we have to act on it. And our committee, besides a variety of other socially sensitive topics, we have been consistently working on all of the issues related to children's rights. However, this particular topic has been marginalized. I'm glad that this conference is a platform for discussions. We'll hear several presentations. The colleagues will share their best practices, and of course, we'll talk about the policy. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, first and foremost, Edita Žiobienė, for your professionalism. I would like to thank for the whole of your team. And in Seimas We're glad to host this conference, and I hope you'll enjoy it. I would like to thank foreign experts who are here today with us and who will be presenting today. And it's important to hear perspectives of other countries and to hear about the situation in other countries in terms of this sensitive topic. So we'll be able to share our best experiences and we'll manage to make certain changes in this area. So I wish everyone an interesting conference and be active and ask questions to our guests. So have a good conference and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Ačiū gerbiamam.
Thank you, Mr. Bilus, for your welcome address. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ola Andreas Linderman, Director of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Aušra Kurina. Thank you also to the Child Rights Ombudsperson, Edita Jobiena, and to the representative of the Committee on Social Affairs and Labor, Mr. Kęstutis Bilius, and also their Ambassador Elizabeth Boyles. Pleased to meet you here and have you here at this important venue. Honourable members of Parliament, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to co-host and welcome you to this Baltic-Nordic exploration of the uncharted perspectives, somewhere between understanding and responses as we see here. Allow me to spend some of your time on this because this is a topic that engages the Nordic countries and is important for the Nordic-Baltic cooperation. Let me remind everyone also that next year in 2026 we are celebrating 35 years of Nordic-Baltic cooperation already. But here now, since 2021, experts and practitioners from 8 Nordic and Baltic countries have met in Lithuania to share knowledge and good practice on strengthening children's well-being. At last year's Vilnius meeting, the Ministry of Social Security and Labour highlighted the need to cooperate on tackling child sexual abuse and exploitation, and the threat to mental well-being in the digital environment. Lithuania's Vision 2050 places the equality of democracy, health and education at the heart of the country's future. Today we look at what this means in practice for children in contact with the justice system. The Nordic Council of Ministers is pleased to co-organize this conference with the Office of the Ombudsperson for Child Rights, the Ministry of Social Security and Labour, the Parliamentary Committee on Social Affairs and Legal Affairs, and the British Council in Lithuania, in close cooperation with Vilnius University, justice sector institutions, and partners from Latvia and Estonia. And this year, our shared focus is developing effective preventive services for harmful and dangerous sexual behavior in childhood and adolescence, and ensuring that justice processes remain fit for purpose. We are grateful to all experts contributing to this work. Professor Simon Hackett and representatives from barnehus, children's houses across the Nordic countries, and other experts, including from courts, prosecutors, and police. Allow me also 2 words on the concept of barnehus, a child-friendly, multidisciplinary, and interagency model for responding to violence against children and witnesses of violence, widely trusted by judicial authorities across Europe. Iceland established the first barnehus back in 1998 in order to offer each child coordinated protection and criminal justice response while preventing traumatization during investigation and court proceedings. Barnehus is not only a service model, but a way of rebuilding children's trust in justice and social care. Today, the adoption of barnehus is across all of Norden and in the making in other parts of Europe too, with 28 countries in the various stages of running a barnehus. Early identification and prevention remain our best chance to reduce victimization and change trajectories before harm. Child-friendly justice delivered without delay and with the right expertise is what keeps our legal systems worthy of children's and parents' confidence. A core dimension of social sustainability is that children feel safe and may trust that institutions are fair. If children cannot trust and feel embraced and taken care of by our systems today, we should not be surprised when adults stop trusting our democratic institutions tomorrow. By prioritizing mental health support, inclusive education, low-threshold leisure activities, and child-friendly justice, we signal that young people are valued and are an important part of society in the present and in the future. Investments in social sustainability and children's welfare are not marginal expenditures. They are preconditions for children to grow up healthy, hopeful, and resilient. Social care is not an add-on to democracy. It's one of the fundamental parts of our democratic infrastructure. Children who are safe, heard, and helped are more likely to stay in school, join associations, and believe that rules and institutions are for them, not against them. That is how social sustainability, public safety, and competitiveness reinforce one another. When childhood is protected and supported offline as well as online, societies become more cohesive, more innovative, and more resilient. The Nordic countries have affirmed their ambition to make this region the best place for children to live in and grow, anchored in the Nordic Council of Ministers' vision of being the world's most socially sustainable and best integrated region by 2030. The current Finland-Olandic presidency prioritizes the rights, welfare, and participation of children and young people, and next year's Danish Faroese presidency will continue this focus, especially on protecting children and young people in the digital age. Yet, in many of our countries, reforms in child protection and child-friendly justice still lack clear and consistent leadership. One purpose of this conference is therefore to help to change that, to bring sensitive issues into the open, sustain a more informed public discussion, and influence societal attitudes. Another is to support politicians and decision makers in improving criminal court procedures so that they better meet children's needs and rights. We know that when the justice, childcare, and health authorities act as one and collaborate seamlessly, results are better. We know that when children and youth in the risk group are given meaningful employment and paid work, as well as necessary health care and community, it helps. As director of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania, I am pleased that this conference continues our long-standing Nordic-Baltic cooperation on children's rights and well-being. Uncharted perspectives ask us to look with fresh eyes at problems that can seem intractable, but we are not starting from zero. We have growing evidence on development, risk, and desistance. In a time when societal resilience, polarization, equal welfare, and shared responsibility are constant challenges, rethinking responses to children's harmful sexual behavior and child-friendly justice takes on added weight. Children have the right to protection and care, and systems must deliver that right in practice, with legislation in place and laws enforced, often in extremely challenging situations. So let's use this opportunity fully. Listen, test assumptions, and improve how our systems respond earlier, more coherently, and more humanly to every child, especially those at risk or otherwise vulnerable, whether as victims or those who display harmful behavior, or both. Thank you for your commitment to this vital work and for advancing it together here in the Seimas. Thank you.
Labai dėkoju ambasadoriui.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this inspiring speech. And I would like to thank for the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania and for our colleagues who shared their experience and knowledge and help our children to heal, get better, and live better lives. I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Elizabeth Bowles, Ambassador to the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland to Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Labas rytas, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to be here today to speak at the beginning of this very important conference. I'd like to thank our hosts at the Seimas, the distinguished panelists, including from the UK, all participants, and the British Council for your sponsorship and convening power. The topic of harmful sexual behaviour is undoubtedly a very difficult and often controversial one. I understand that in Lithuania, it has hitherto not received so much attention in public discourse, policy, or professional practice. This may be linked to the sensitive and complex nature of the issue, as well as the broader institutional and societal discomfort in confronting such a sensitive topic. But as educators, experts, and indeed as parents, it is something which can impact upon us all. This conference is therefore a huge step forward in encouraging wider understanding of and engagement with the issue, by bringing you all together as professionals and experts across a large variety of services and sectors. By initiating the conversation, you are collectively creating the conditions for critical reflection, professional exchange, and potential collaboration towards future steps in Lithuania and beyond. In the United Kingdom, research suggests that around 1/3 of sexual abuse cases involve children or young people as the perpetrators of harmful sexual behaviour themselves. It is most commonly identified in adolescent boys, though girls and younger children can be involved too. And many of these young people have histories of trauma, of abuse, neglect, or special educational needs. The UK has therefore invested heavily in research, in multi-agency cooperation, and in public awareness in recent years. The emphasis is on early identification, education, and therapeutic intervention rather than punishment. Our ever more digitalised world also creates an ever-increasing challenge. The United Kingdom's Online Safety Act, which became law in October 2023, and has been recently updated, is a major step forward in protecting children online. This legislation ensures that tech companies take responsibility for creating safer digital spaces, reducing exposure to harmful sexual content, and safeguarding the most vulnerable in society. It requires media platforms to remove illegal content swiftly, protects children against harmful material, and applies strict measures on reporting child sexual exploitation. In Lithuania, the British Council runs several projects on digital resilience and media literacy, for example, on digital citizenship. These programs help teenagers navigate online content safely, explore key aspects of responsible online behaviour, critical thinking and digital identity. Around the world, the British Council, working very closely with British embassies just like mine in each country, promote emotional intelligence, conflict resolution and respectful communication, skills that are all essential to preventing harmful behaviours of all kinds. They are the same values which build peaceful, cohesive communities and also help us to respond compassionately and effectively to difficult social issues like harmful sexual behaviour. I hope you have a very successful conference over the next 2 days, and I very much look forward to hearing about the results of your deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ačiū.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think we should, aš manau, kad mes, ačiū labai.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to thank the British Council for the opportunity to bring experts to this conference, and I would like to introduce my colleague, children's psychiatrist Linas Slušnys, who's going to moderate this conference together with me. Are you ready? I guess I should be ready. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to see you here, and our first presentation is on children, harm and hope, charting new child-centered responses to harmful sexual behavior. And it's going to be delivered by Professor Dr. Simon Hackett. He's an expert, a professional who focuses on harmful sexual behavior among children, and he's going to talk about his research. The floor is yours.
No.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm so pleased and thankful to the organisers for inviting me to take part in this really important conference today. And thank you for being here and being interested in this difficult topic. As has been said, the title of my talk, in the context of talking about charting new responses, is around how we respond to children and children's harm, whilst also offering hope to them, to their families, and to their communities. But of course, in any discussion about harmful sexual behaviour in childhood, context is everything. This is my context. This is where I live and work in the UK, in the city of Durham in the northeast. Winter happened last week as well. We had snow, not as much snow as you had here yesterday evening, but still some snow. Context is really important if we're not just going to look at children's behaviours, but the way in which behaviour is shaped in communities and societies. And so, of course, I'm going to share some perspectives from my context. And I've worked in this field for over 30 years. It's become my life's work to try to understand better the problem of harmful sexual behaviour in childhood and to try to help craft responses that are hopeful for children. But of course, my insights and my responses might not be the ones that you need here in Lithuania or in other related countries represented here. So I offer my thoughts and insights humbly to you and hope that there's something in here that will be of interest, or at least will spark some thoughts for you about charting the way forward here in Lithuania. I've recently published this report for the Council of Europe on harmful sexual behaviour, thinking about the nature, the causes, the consequences and the responses to this problem. So the Council of Europe is interested in trying to produce better guidance for its member states so that we can learn about how to draw from best practice across all of the different jurisdictions in the Council of Europe. But these four things, the nature, the causes, the consequences and responses, have really defined my work in this topic area. I just wanted to start also with a little bit of a health warning. This is a very difficult topic to talk about. It's controversial and it's sensitive in terms of the areas that we're going to talk about today. It's almost impossible to address this issue without talking explicitly about sex. And that's not something that automatically or easily comes to many of us. So in my talk today, I'm going to share with you some insights and some research, yes, but I'm also going to talk about 3 young people who have been identified for harmful sexual behaviour. They're real young people. I've changed their names, but I will be sharing with you some details of their behaviours, and I hope that that's not too distressing or difficult to hear some of this material. So what I want to do is to touch briefly on these things. I want to say something about the scale and the nature of this problem. I want to say something about the construct of harmful sexual behaviour. What does it mean, and how do we operationalise this construct? And particularly, how we might be able to see things in a more nuanced way, particularly children's sexual behaviours on this idea of a continuum of concern, from things that we should be not so worried about to things that we should be very worried about on the other end of that. So I'll touch on that. I want to address why children or young people might present with these kinds of behaviours. And then, of course, in terms of charting responses, what should we do? How should we respond to them? What's important for children and young people if they're going to make a success of their lives after they've presented with these difficult behaviours? What makes a difference to them? And how can we offer them hope and reduce harm at the same time? Now, the ambassador has already touched on the scale of this problem in the UK. Actually, I have bad news, because the scale of the problem is even worse than the reports that the ambassador said. So when I first started to do this work in the 1990s, at that time, about 10% of all recorded sexual crime in the UK was committed by children and young people under the age of 18. Last year, our National Chief of Police Council published a report that says that figure is now over 50%. So the majority of any reports of child sexual offending or sexual crime or sexual violence in the UK now relates to children and young people under the age of 18. This is an extraordinary rise from 10% 20 to 30 years ago. In fact, if you look at, in the UK context, if you look at the ages of any sex offender from the age 0 to 100, however old sex offenders become, I don't know, the most common age across the lifespan is now 14. And that holds true for internet offences, and it also holds true for contact offences, so abuse and offending in person. So something's happening, and some changes are occurring. Something is responsible for this enormous growth. Why? What's happening? I think there are probably two things. And the first one is exposure to pornography. It's a pretty obvious point. And as my colleagues have said, that exposure to pornography seems to be introducing children to sexual experiences at an increasingly early age and influencing cultural norms, particularly around the normalization of violence against women and girls. So something's happening not just in small pockets of our societies, but internationally at a huge scale that's affecting generations of our children. Allardyce and Yates, my colleagues, also say that we're now in a position where people are really very anxious, adults are very anxious about this topic and very uncertain about what this means, and particularly losing a sense of what's normal or not normal in terms of sexual behaviour and childhood. So that what's happening is that childhood sexual behaviour is increasingly monitored, policed and responded to as problematic or abusive. So here are a couple of concerns that I have that maybe speak to your systems, I don't know. But some of my concerns around how this issue has been framed and responded to in the UK is, first of all, we have a long-standing tendency for all children's sexual behaviours, certainly all children's worrying or concerning sexual behaviours, to be lumped together as if they are one thing, when actually they're very many different things. And then secondly, connected to this, is that the systems that we often work in are often very risk aversive, and there's a tendency to see things through a high risk lens. So that pushes children into quite restrictive and difficult responses, sometimes unnecessarily. And over 25 years ago now, some researchers talking about this problem of harmful sexual behaviour. So we need to be really careful that we're not taking sledgehammers to swat flies. I don't know whether that metaphor works for you, but for me it's very powerful that sometimes we can over-respond to this particular issue. So my question is, are we still doing that? So I want you to think about that in the context of these three children that I'm going to introduce to you now. They've all been identified for some form of sexual behaviour problem and referred for an assessment around their harmful sexual behaviour. I wonder if these children's stories have any similarities to the children and young people that you know about in your context. So the first one I've called Josh. He's 6 years old, and he's got some developmental delay, but he attends a normal and mainstream primary school with some additional support, and he lives with his mother and his 4-year-old sister. And the behaviour that's worrying about Josh is that he's been touching and rubbing his genitals in class at school. And the school teacher has tried to stop him and to redirect his behaviour. And sometimes that's effective, sometimes it isn't. The behaviour began 3 months ago, and his mother says that he's recently been experiencing poor sleep and bedwetting. She's very supportive, but she feels overwhelmed by her son's behaviour, and she's caring for her children and working full-time. She doesn't know what to do. She says that she's embarrassed and she wonders why Josh is doing this, and she feels like it's come from nowhere. That's the first young person. Second one's a bit different. This is a 15-year-old. I've called him Andrew. Andrew's 16, and he's white British, and he's friends with Amy, who's British Asian, and they're good school friends at school. Amy's got a history of mental health problems and self-harm, And she's disclosed to her tutor at school that Andrew groped her, touched her inappropriately 2 weeks ago at a house party. He was drinking and he was really, really highly intoxicated at the time. She describes it like this, that Andrew was being drunk affectionate towards her. They were hugging and she was holding him up because he was so drunk. But in the course of this, she says that he touched her breasts and her bottom over her clothes without permission. She said that she asked Andrew to stop touching her, and he stopped immediately. But he said to her, "Oh, it's fine because I'm gay and I wasn't being sexual. I was just being friendly." When asked about the incident by his teacher, Andrew says that he has no memory of touching Amy because he was so drunk, but he accepts that he did it, and he's really embarrassed and distressed by his behaviour. He apologises for any offence that he's caused, and he says he wouldn't want to hurt anybody. And then the third one is a 17-year-old, a different story. So Carl, I've called him, is 17. He's got a background of physical abuse by his stepfather. Little is known about him, his early life, but by the time he's 15, he's coming to the attention of the police because of criminal behaviour, alcohol offences, general antisocial behaviour. Age 16, it's alleged that he was raped a 12-year-old in a peer group context. He's also linked on social media to girls under the age of 16, and he's known to have met up with an 11-year-old girl. He's also linked to a 14-year-old girl who's missing from home. And by the time he's 17, he's a registered sex offender, but he's reported to have ongoing contact with girls online, texting them, offering them cigarettes and alcohol. And there's concern that he's using Facebook under a false name to contact young women. He's having chats with a 15-year-old girl in care who he meets, and then she subsequently becomes pregnant. And he's arrested for the rape of an adult woman. Thank you for listening to those. 3 very different cases, 3 different children. 1, a young child, and 2 teenagers with different cases. All 3 of them, just to emphasize, have been referred through because of their harmful sexual behavior. How do we recognize the harm, the potential harm that these children's behaviors cause whilst giving them hope? I think if any of the slides that I showed today, this is probably the most important one. So how can we balance our responses to these children like Andrew, Carl, and Josh? Making sure that we are concerned about them and about their behaviour and the impact that their behaviour has on other people. How can we offer empathy, see things from their perspective? How can we see things from the perspective of their families or their victims or children who might be affected by them? And then what's our own roles as professionals? How can we be accountable for our practices to make sure that we're determined and we know that we have a mission and a determination and a purpose to work with these children? How can we show resilience as professionals working in this field? And humility that we don't know all the answers to the problems that these 3 young people and other children may be presenting. How can we balance and support care for them? And how can we make sure that our approach to them is balanced so that we don't over and under respond to them? And this is where the notion of a continuum of behaviour comes in. I think you probably were thinking when I talked about these 3 young people that what they've done and they're presenting problems are not one thing but very many different types of behaviour. They're all badged harmful sexual behaviour, but how can we understand the differences between the behaviours? So I think this is where this idea of a continuum of concern and harm comes in. At its simplest level, a continuum of sexual behaviour suggests that there are things that some children do that are extremely okay in terms of their sexual behaviour, that they're developmentally normative or healthy behaviours on the one end of that continuum. Sometimes these are called green behaviours on a kind of traffic light scale, traffic light metaphor. And on the other end of the continuum, there are clearly some behaviours, the ones that I talked about, Carl, for instance, they're clearly not okay, that constitute sexual violence or sexual offending behaviours. And in the middle, there's things that are neither offending, but neither developmentally okay, but somewhere in the middle. And I think the importance here is trying to think about, as you chart new responses to this issue, is making sure that we have a balanced approach across this continuum. If we over-respond to all children's sexual behaviours, then we might do quite a good job for the likes of Carl, who needs really intensive management and supervision. We do lots on safety. We might do a good job on safety management. But actually what happens is that we run the risk of tipping those children at the other end of the continuum, the green behaviours, into those intrusive responses. In other words, we might offer them responses that do them harm, that stop them developing as children, that inhibit their life chances. There's a risk of developmental damage for those children if we over-respond across the board. And likewise, if we under-respond, there's less risk of dangerously labelling children as offenders, less risk of doing damage through offering unnecessary interventions, but it might mean that some high-level risks and needs are not met. In other words, we might under-respond to the likes of Carl if we do that, and that risks unsafe systems. So this really calls for the need when we're considering this topic of harmful sexual behaviour, for the importance of balancing our responses across this continuum, so that when children's behaviours are at a low level and they're developmentally appropriate, then we need to offer them support and guidance to make sure that they continue to behave in a way that is appropriate, to give them the right kind of guidance to make choices as they grow through childhood and adolescence into young adulthood, to make sure that they're still making good choices about their sexual behaviour. For those in the middle, where we were worried about their behaviour, we might need to do something more. We might need to give them more education around why we're worried about their behaviours. We might need to monitor their behaviours a bit more. And those at the end of that continuum, we need to make sure that we stop their behaviours and we address the risk. So this idea of a continuum means that actually we need a continuum of responses, not a blanket approach to this problem. This is my continuum model that has become quite well known. This is the second version of this continuum model that tries to offer a little bit more nuance than the previous slide around this idea of a continuum. It basically says that when we're thinking about children's sexual behaviours, we can think about them from things that are very, very developmentally expected on the one hand to things that are very sexually violent on the other hand. And as you can see, what I've tried to do here is map this against three definitions of developmentally expected behaviours, problematic and harmful behaviours. And you can see that in these definitions, that developmentally expected behaviours are those that are appropriate to a child's age, stage of development and level of understanding, and you might typically see them in other children. through to things that are problematic because they fall outside of the range of typical activity for a child's age, ability, stage of development, or sometimes that they're the expression of there might be perfectly okay behaviours but expressed in the wrong way or in a context that's not safe. So, for instance, Josh at school, you might think that it's normal for a 6-year-old boy to touch his genitals, but not in a classroom, yeah? And then harmful behaviours that cause harm to the child, that victimise others or might be abusive towards others. So I think it's really important that we get these definitions right if we are going to chart appropriate level responses to this issue. We need to be able to distinguish between these levels of behaviour. And importantly, we need some language that we can use with families and children themselves to express why we are worried about them. So for instance, having a set of terms and constructs like this that we can talk to children to say, yeah, we think your behaviour is worrying. Yeah, it's important that we address it because we don't want things to get worse for you. Yeah, as opposed to saying to a parent, actually what your child is doing is perfectly fine for them at their age and stage of development. It's something that everyone wants to happen. And then for those whose behaviour is harmful, having a language to say this is serious and we need to do something about it to stop this. So trying to have a set of language and terms that we can operationalise as professionals, but also use in our responses to children and young people is important. Now, just going back to this idea of a continuum for a moment, if we were able to interact and talk more, it would be interesting to have a look at where you think those 3 boys that I presented earlier might fit on this continuum, that really exemplify why we're not just dealing with one thing when we're talking about this problem. So I reckon that Josh, you might think his behaviour is worrying. It's worrying because it might actually be drawing negative attention to him in his classroom. If he's touching himself in that, he might be the other children might make fun of him or think that he's a bit weird doing that. Certainly might be worried a little bit about what's causing that behaviour for him. But certainly we wouldn't want to call him an offender, would we? We wouldn't want to think about him as being some kind of predator. We want to try to understand the behaviour and what's driving that behaviour and the meaning for him. For Andrew, I think the behaviour is more serious. He's committed an assault on Amy. So it's certainly problematic behaviour and it's possibly also harmful. But again, his response and what you know about him, would we want to be thinking that he was some kind of predatory offender or paedophile? I think probably not. So perhaps his needs are more extensive, but again, we probably wouldn't want to see him criminalised for that behaviour. We would want to perhaps look at trying to educate him in order to try to work with him to make sure that he doesn't put himself in a situation like that again, where he presents risks to another young person, or that his behaviour is not misinterpreted by somebody who has a bad experience of him. And then finally, Carl, obviously his behaviours are much more harmful and sexually violent, and therefore we need to be thinking about what kind of measures are important, because you've seen an escalation of his harmful sexual behaviour over a number of years, and it's accompanied with physical violence as well. Some of the biggest markers for high levels of risk and repeated offending. So let me also say that in the literature there's you probably also thought, well, these children also developmentally at different stages. So the 6-year-old can't be compared to a 16 or a 17-year-old because they're at very different stages of childhood. And there's often a distinction made in the literature on this topic between over and under 12s presenting with sexual behaviour problems. So it's important to think about this as a developmental problem. There's all kinds of reasons why that is the case. So it might be children's position in law is different, or their school system, or their position in the criminal justice system. Also different in terms of sexual development and puberty between children who are under the age of 12 and over, and also their cognitive understanding about themselves and responsibility is different. And actually for younger prepubescent children, although we often talk about their sexual behaviours, the intentions and the motivations for these behaviours are really varied. And as I think we saw with I've forgotten his name, Josh, as I think we saw with Josh, his behaviours could be related to curiosity, it could be anxiety, it could be imitating something that he's seen or experienced. It could be attention-seeking in some cases, or calming, self-calming or self-soothing behaviours, or it could be about sexual stimulation. And it's also possible that what he's doing is demonstrating that he himself has experienced some form of traumatic sexualization. So there's a whole reason why younger children like Josh would behave in this way. It could be that they're living in unsafe environments, they themselves have experienced sexual abuse, or that they've been exposed to sexual content without guidance. It could be that it's related to domestic violence or other forms of trauma, or coping with stress, or through self-touch, or confused messages about affection and boundaries, or just generally trying to seek comfort or connection with other people. And what I wanted to say is that also there's some really strong gender-related findings about younger children. So the younger down the age range you go, in terms of understanding the prevalence of sexual behaviour problems in younger children, the more girls you're likely to see. And that's probably an indication that more girls are sexually victimised. So what you're seeing in much younger cohorts of children is largely victims of sexual abuse. And it's really important that we don't lose sight of that in terms of the presentation of their behaviours. What about adolescence then? It's much more complicated in adolescence because of puberty. So behaviours are not just exploratory, but they have different level of sexual meaning for young people. But again, even thinking about those two young people that I told you about, Andrew and Carl, there's no one simple cause for their behaviours. It's a complex set of pathways that are to do with biology, to do with their experience of their families and the social structures and peer groups that they're involved in, as well as the broader influence of culture on them. So these three things, bio-socio-cultural pathways, are important. But I think there are probably 4 particular pathways, just to point out to you, that are often common causes for adolescents to be presenting with harmful sexual behaviour. And like younger children, one of them is about having experienced abuse and trauma, so abuse reactive and trauma related. And what we know about samples of young people presenting with harmful sexual behaviour, or teenagers, is that in my study, the largest UK study on this topic, about half of young people who'd been referred through to services because of harmful sexual behaviour had themselves an established history of either sexual abuse or chronic physical abuse or neglect in their backgrounds. We know that polyvictimization, in other words, exposure to different forms of trauma and abuse, is very common in this group. And this combination of trauma and deprivation and disruptive attachments, they don't cause a child to choose to harm someone else sexually, but it might make them more vulnerable to those kind of behaviors or influences. That's not a very good explanation for Carl, though, and Carl seems to fit this second category of long-standing patterns of criminality and antisocial behavior and violating rules. So deeply antisocial young people. And often I think, like Carl, what you saw with Carl was a young person who had a long history of antisocial behavior, who then hits puberty, becomes an adolescent, and the onset of puberty means that he sexualizes aspects of his behavior that previously were non-sexual. And then in my research, there's also an overrepresentation in samples of young people with harmful sexual behavior on disability. So particularly children who are neurodiverse and children who have intellectual disabilities or cognitive impairment. In my sample, about 30+% of children referred for harmful sexual behavior had such disabilities. And then finally, some of this behavior is also developmentally or curiosity driven. And I think this is where I wanted to return to the topic of pornography and its influence on harmful sexual behavior. And the Children's Commissioner in England has published two important studies recently on the connection between exposure to pornography and harmful sexual behavior in childhood. And it paints a very worrying picture. In 2023, she found that 64% of young people had said they'd viewed pornography. This year, in 2025, that had gone up to 70%. And it's probably an underestimate as well. And large numbers of children by the age of 6 had seen pornography, and 27% had seen it by the age of 11. So this is not just a problem that's affecting teenagers. And she interviewed children to ask them what they thought the impact of exposure to pornography was on their own behavior. And these are some quotes from them. One young person said, a lot of pornography is just abuse. So it's exposing children to abuse effectively and normalizing abuse in their attitudes and minds. A young man aged 21 who first saw pornography when he was 15 said, it can cause children to be violent and want to see how it feels. And then a young woman aged 21 who first saw pornography age 14 said, oftentimes porn is not sex, but it showcases violence, like choking and spanking, specifically with the woman being the recipient. And those children who come across porn are also more likely to try to recreate these behaviors with their peers as they've been exposed to it. Such was the Children's Commissioner's concern about this, that she came up with this diagram. She said that actually there's such a crossover between the themes that children see in pornography and what we're seeing in their harmful sexual behavior, with this emphasis on coercion, humiliation, physical aggression that's becoming normalized for generations of children. So where does that take us? When I first started doing this work, we had this idea that children who presented with harmful sexual behavior were deviant, they were pathological, there were a small minority of children who they were tomorrow's adult sex offenders, etc. But I think the evidence about this, and the widespread exposure of children to pornography really puts us in a different perspective and position now. We can't just be looking at children and putting the blame on them for their sexual behaviours. We need to look at ourselves and our societies in order to actually understand how we're allowing this to happen to generations of our children. To an extent, it asks us to think about looking through the other end of the telescope. Instead of zooming in on the children, but actually look outwards at their experience of us and of our society. So how do we give hope? How do we tackle harm at the same time, given the complexity of this problem? I think there are 5 things that I'd really urge you to do in charting your responses here in Lithuania. The first one is to be really child-focused in your responses to this issue, to understand some of the influences that I've just talked through, and to understand that in order to be effective in our responses to this issue, we have to keep an eye on the heart of this problem, which is children. So we need to make sure that this is seen not as a problem of crime, but a problem of disrupted development for children. And therefore our responses need to be developmentally sensitive and appropriate to children at these different ages, recognizing that what Josh, age 6, needs is different from what Andrew, age 16, and Carl, age 17, need. Not just because their behaviors are different, because developmentally they're also different. We also need to be relational. In other words, recognize the importance of working with families, peer groups, schools, communities on this. Not just targeting individual children, because substantially a lot of this behavior now happens in peer groups. So we need to be responsive to the contexts in which the behaviors occur. And we need to make sure at all times that we don't get out of balance on that seesaw. So we need to be balanced and proportionate in our responses to the behaviors that are being expressed. And I've put up this picture of this child. It's a little bit discomforting, that's the word, discomforting, given the image that's portrayed. To put a picture of a child like this up whilst talking about harmful sexual behaviour. But I think sometimes it exemplifies how, in our field, we sometimes resort to this either-or approach, that children are either seen as being innocent victims or evil wrongdoers. Yeah? And we need to make sure that even with someone like Carl, whose behaviours are really extreme, we keep in mind, the Carl age 15 or 16 or 17, that he's still a child and has rights under as a child that follow through from that. And I think the evidence that we have from the studies around pornography suggests that we need to challenge our tendency in this field to focus in and look at this as a problem of individual pathology for children. So we've often, I think, had a very individualistic approach at the heart of our responses to children and young people. So our approach has been one of trying to fix the individual rather than fix the context or the environment for children. And if we want to tackle this problem as a wider issue than just trying to focusing on individuals, we need to take this more environmental or systemic approach. So on the left-hand side here, this has been the traditional model of intervention in our field with children and young people with harmful sexual behaviour. We've seen it as individual pathology, and we've said that, well, it's driven by maladaptive thinking or dysfunctional family experiences or attachment or abuse, antisocial behaviour, sexual deviance, and it's preferential. In other words, children are expressing this because they prefer to harm and abuse others. And the traditional response, therefore, has been to withdraw the child from the environment and assess and treat the individual. Now, of course, that might be appropriate to somebody like Carl. Actually, he fills a lot of those criteria in terms of his presentation. And it might be that he needs to be put in a safe environment where somebody could work with him to address and unpick all of these influences around his sexual deviance and his general antisocial behaviour. But that approach is probably not going to work for Andrew, and is probably unnecessary for Andrew. So this idea of behaviours being more environmentally driven and group influenced, not reflecting the individual deficits or pathology, but actually of cultural norms, that where behaviour is more circumstantial rather than preferential, and therefore the importance then is about the emphasis is then becomes one of trying to change the environment rather than necessarily just trying to change the individual. So in our responses to this problem, we probably need to do both of these things to bear in mind those situations where it is important to work and withdraw the individual from their environment. But actually, in many of the other cases, you know, the life chances of someone like Andrew are going to be best supported if he's able to stay in his family, in his school, appropriate safety measures there to address his behaviour in the context in which it occurs. So finally, some thoughts about hope. This is quite this is a depressing topic. How can I offer you some hope? Well, I think the first thing to say is that all of the evidence that we have about this problem seems to suggest that many children who present with harmful sexual behaviours can have abuse-free futures. So a few years ago, I did a study, a long-term outcome study, trying to chart what happens to children with these behaviours between 10 and 20 years after the end of any kind of intervention with them. So would they become adult sex offenders? Do they have ongoing problems with their sexual behaviour in adulthood? It was quite a unique study, and it was a privilege to talk to adults who were now in their kind of 30s and 40s, reflecting back about their experiences as children. So these were all adults who had been referred because of harmful sexual behaviour. And actually we found that reoffending into adulthood was really low. Of our sample of nearly 100, there were 3 sexual assaults, 2 physical assaults, 2 drug and violent offences. One of the people we followed up had been convicted of a murder, and one of arson and property. But actually, the majority of some of these offences were committed by more than some young people committed more than one of these offences. So actually, the overall rate of reoffending or recidivism into adulthood was really low. So it really suggests that with the right kind of support, these are problems that don't necessarily become entrenched, or they don't signal that these children are going to have problems with their sexual behaviour all through their lives. But the bad news on this study was that their life outcomes were much more mixed. So most of them didn't sexually reoffend, but a lot of them were living in very difficult circumstances as adults. And we classified that against a set of criteria. But it really raises the question that when we're working with this group of children and young people, what is success? Success is not just stopping them from expressing harmful sexual behaviour. Success is about connecting them with positive futures. And actually, the things that made a difference to people in our study are actually cornerstones of effective practice with all children. That's about safety, about positive relationships, about consistent guidance, about having good peer relationships and positive connections with schools, or healthy boundaries and positive coping skills. So these are not facets of, necessarily intensive therapeutic interventions. They're not just things that are offered by therapists, but they're general experience of professionals and people looking out for these children in their adolescence really made a difference. So trying to get the foundations for good practice in this field, I think we can learn a lot from what is good practice with all children and young people, because these are the things that are going to make a difference for them. I think we also need to think about how we better support sexual development in young people, given the influence, as I talked about, pornography. How can we better equip them to deal with these kind of influences and negative exposure to pornography in the modern day? We probably do some of my recent research with children, asking them about their experience of sex and sexuality education. Children have said to me, adults offer us too little, too late. We need much more earlier on in our childhoods, and you need to teach us about how to cope with the things that we see online. You need to tell us and teach us that this is not real sex. And so actively supporting children's sexual development in the modern age, I think, is a critical preventative intervention here. And we also, I think, need to connect our practices much more strongly with the notion of children's rights. If you read, like I do, the literature on harmful sexual behaviour in childhood, researchers and authors have been very silent on the importance of children's rights. And lots of the practices that have really crept in to our responses to this group of children have underplayed their position as children and rights holders under the UN Convention on Rights of the Child. The UN Convention is a practice framework for me that would help us to get our responses to this issue right. So, for instance, there's loads of articles in the UN Convention that are really directly relevant to our response to this topic. So, for instance, Article 15 says that every child has got the right to meet with other children and to join groups and organisations, as long as it doesn't stop other people from enjoying their rights. Traditionally, children presenting with harmful sexual behaviour have been withdrawn from social interactions with other children, contrary to this right. So, the question for me is, how can we make it safe for children to continue to have these social connections with other children? Here's another example. Article 29 says that education has got to develop children's personality, talents and abilities to the full, and respect and help them encourage a child's respect for human rights. I think in our field, we've been very good at telling children what they can't do and not very good at fostering their talents and abilities. How can we rebalance that? So there's a whole range of rights-based practice in this field that I think is really important in terms of thinking about how we begin to improve our responses. And of course, rights-based practice also means not forgetting the experience of children who are victimized. Remember Amy as part of the case study that I told you about Andrew? She was distressed by his behavior. She had experienced assault by Andrew, and she had other needs. And again, it's very, very important that whilst it's very important that we see the child beneath the abusive behaviour or the harmful sexual behaviour, that we don't forget the child behind the victim, who's the victim of these experiences too. So I think how can we say this to these children? How can we say to them, we're going to help you to find a future that is stable, that's in a risk-free environment, that you can think and behave in a way that involves less risk-taking, and where you can make long-term commitment to relationships with others, be valued, and where you can get involved with things that are good for you and others. This, for me, is the central intervention question for trying to shape better responses to children and young people. And I often ask this to practitioners in my context. What would we need to change to do that? How could we possibly improve our practices so that we can realistically offer this to the children and young people that we work with? And I wonder what you would need to do in order to be able to say that to the children here that are causing concern because of their sexual behaviour. So I'm coming to an end, but so just some concluding points. Charting a path forward on this issue obviously will take a lot of hard work and coordination and vision here in Lithuania, as anywhere. And really just trying to bring out some of the recommendations from the Council of Europe report that I wrote last year. Maybe some of these things are worth thinking about in the context of today. It might be important, first of all, to try to chart a conceptual path, trying to adopt national language on sexual behaviour in childhood. Maybe thinking about these categories of harm or categories of behaviour that I talked about before, this distinction between developmentally expected, problematic and harmful behaviour might be important. And ensuring that consistent terminology is used across different sectors like education, social care, health and justice is certainly important in our context, trying to get that right. It's a constant battle to try to help people frame this problem in this way. Linked to that, then maybe trying to build a coordinated multi-agency system that try to think about different pathways of response aligned to different levels of behaviour, a bit like that continuum model, to try to strengthen cross-sector coordination and information sharing, being able for professionals to talk about this issue together, and ensuring proportionate responses that avoid criminalisation. Thirdly, trying to think about prevention is important here, not just responding to children after they've expressed these behaviours, and things like teaching children about pornography or pornography resilience and digital literacy is really critical to try to think about prevention on a bigger scale. And also that extends to parents, this uncertainty that parents have about these issues. How can we support parents and offer early help when things start to go wrong? And how can we offer training and workforce development on this issue to skill up the workforce? Fourth, and finally then, might be around trying to think more about rights-based, child-centred responses, where we embed children's rights in all decision-making, and give children a voice about these important issues that are affecting their lives and development. Where we engage families as partners in change when we're working with children, and where we think about how our systems can respond in a way that doesn't harm children but offers them hope. This is a model that I developed for the Scottish government when they were thinking about how do we actually try to chart different responses in our situation. And effectively this draws on knowledge around public health approaches. If we're really going to get this right at a societal level, we need to think about different levels of intervention. And so you may be familiar with the idea of primary, secondary and tertiary prevention. So primary prevention is what you offer to all children, which might be thinking about sex and sexuality education, child sexual abuse prevention and education for all children, because they're all going to benefit from this. And distinguishing that from children a bit like Andrew, who are displaying these lower level problematic behaviours? What kind of early interventions can we offer them that are non-stigmatizing and supportive? And then at the bottom of this inverted pyramid, reserving the more specialist responses to those at the highest level of need, like Carl, that might be specialist assessments and specialist therapeutic help, and for a small number of children and young people, a criminal justice response. So getting this right at these different levels is an ongoing challenge for us, but I hope it offers some ways forward for you. And with that, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Labai dėkoju profesoriui už.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I will not... Let me wait. Thank you, Professor, very much for your presentation. I will not begin telling you about the food for thought that it gave to me, and I'm always jealous of countries like the United Kingdom, the countries which can afford such research, such deep analysis showing the scope of the problem and can offer certain arguments for future actions, and it's a huge gift for the whole of society. Thank you once again. I really enjoyed the principle of continuum about the adequate and proportionate reaction, and it's always difficult to find a very balanced approach. I am certain that the audience has some questions. We have several minutes before the break. Please ask your questions. You all have microphones. Just turn them on.
But not difficult questions, please.
Taip, prašau.
So it's a great question. I think there's no blanket approach to this. So the situations I've worked in where it's been perfectly safe for the child who's displayed the harmful sexual behavior towards a sibling to continue to live in that house. The sibling, in those cases where the sibling feels that they're safe and that they've been heard, and that the parents involved in the family are taking appropriate measures to support them safely. And the last thing that they've wanted is their brother, often it is the brother, the last thing they've wanted is their brother to move out because they would feel very compromised themselves by that. Often they love their brother and they want the abuse to stop, but they don't want their brother to be locked up or sent away. In other cases, however, depending on the dynamics of the abuse, it's been impossible for that brother to stay living in the family because it's not been safe or the supervision hasn't been guaranteed, and the victim has felt scared. So I think there's no one answer to this, but it requires a really careful and delicate assessment in order to be able to gauge what's in the best interest of all of the children involved.
Ačiū. Kas dar turite?
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Tai jeigu klausimų daugiau nėra.
If there are no more questions, I'm glad to be announcing a break, which will last until 11:45, and near the hall we're offering refreshments. Thank you. Let's meet in 45 minutes.
Sveiki sugrįžę.
Welcome back. Hopefully you had time to discuss the first keynote presentation that was very hopeful and gave food for thought. It was the very powerful first part of our conference. Let us continue. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Samuel, a licensed child psychologist and psychotherapist and a specialist in clinical psychology. She serves as a senior analyst at the Barnefred National Center for Knowledge on Violence Against Children and Linköping University in Sweden. Paul is also a certified trainer and supervisor in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. With over 2 decades of experience in child and adolescent psychiatry, her work has primarily focused on trauma treatment, problematic and harmful sexual behaviors, and neuropsychiatric disorders. So it is a privilege for us to have you with us, and Paul Sommelberg will speak on creating shared understanding for sustainable transformation.
Atsiprašau, supainiausi.
I'm sorry for the mix-up. Well, actually, I made a mistake. Now, Linus, please introduce the next speaker. Well, I have to correct your mistake. Annelies Farstad. I hope that I've pronounced the name correctly. is the section leader of Staten Barnehus Kristianstad in Norway, where she leads a multidisciplinary team coordinating police, legal, health, and social services to deliver trauma-informed, child-centered care. With a background in law, she played a key role in the 2015 legislation that established Barnehus as the mandatory venue for forensic interviews with children, strengthening legal protections and interagency cooperation. Annelise shares Norway's experience nationally and internationally, advocating for a balanced approach between investigative requirements and safeguarding the child's well-being. Well, it is a pleasure to have you here with us. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come here and speak about the work with young suspects with unwanted sexual behavior and their place in Barnehus. I have been involved in working in Barnehus since 2009. That was the start of the establishment of Barnehus in Norway. My Barnehus is on the south coast of Norway. At the first time, we only dealt with victims of sexual offenses, violence cases, and witness to domestic violence. But from the very beginning, we had several cases involving sibling incest. The victim was interviewed at the Barnehus and offered follow-up and treatment there. Or just here. But the perpetrator was interviewed in the police station and got no follow-up. These siblings incest cases in particular were challenging in terms of providing good help to the whole family. And we found it necessary to also give the suspect follow-up. So that was the start. And I would like to share a story because I think when I had worked in the Barnehus for about 2 years, suddenly one day a heartbroken father followed his daughter to Barnehus for an interview after her older brother had sexually abused her. What was very special for me was that I had met that father before in my previous work as a patient ombudsman. At that time, I helped him to apply for a compensation because his wife had died by cancer. And they thought it was a delayed diagnosis. So his wife, at 32, passed away and left him behind, responsible for 4 small children. We got involved in this case and worked with the whole family. And afterwards, he told me, in a situation where it felt impossible to live, the involvement of Barnehus nevertheless made it possible to live. I think that's strong to hear. And it's quite nice because just some weeks ago, I ran into this father and I asked him, how is things going on? And he said that his son now was 24 years old and he has just finished his education. He has gotten a job and was living with his girlfriend. And the sexual abuse of his sister completely stopped after the Barnehus became involved in the case. Some more facts about this group. Figures from Norwegian and international studies show that a significant proportion of sexual offenses against minors are committed by other minors. When a 14-year-old commits a sexual offense against a 12-year-old, we immediately react by imagining a clear distinction. Victim and perpetrator, innocent and guilt, and that distinction does exist. The 12-year-old is the violated child, a child who has been harmed, and he or she has every reason to expect our attention, compassion, and help. However, the one who violated is also a child, and if we want to prevent sexual offenses, we must dare to understand the one who caused the harm as well. Nevertheless, these young people are almost always referred to using the same language as adult offenders. Perpetrators, criminals, risk individuals. These words signal danger. They can make it difficult, even for support agency, to feel compassion for the child. The words we use about these children are often, "You are no longer a child, you are a problem." Many of these children have background characterized by loss, insecurity, violence, and previous abuse. This does not mean that the action should be trivialized, but it does mean that the causes are often a combination of pain and experience that few of us would have endured. If we overlook this, we lose the key to preventing more children from being harmed. The child needs to see, held accountable, and helped to understand themselves. Treatment environments, both internationally and in Norway, that work systematically with children who have committed sexual offenses share a common experience. Children who are given security, structure, and competent guidance can change. Most of them want this change themselves. They want to understand why they did what they did and do not want to harm anyone. Research shows also that 8 or 9 out of 10 individuals under 18 years old stop the unwanted harmful sexual behavior after a public correction and or other follow-up. So about the Barnehus. This group became a part of Barnehus and a part of our mandate in 2024, and include young suspects up to 16 years old in sexual offenses cases. There has been a lot of focus on this group, including political focus, on child-friendly judicial processes for children with unwanted sexual behavior. We started small. We saw that many of the children, youth, are victims one day, and the next day they are suspects or offenders. So one day they come to Barnehus for a forensic interview because they were victims, and the next week or the week after maybe they could come as suspects. It was the same children. In my police district, a local guidelines for handling the interrogation of suspected children were created in 2017, many years before 2024. But these guidelines also included provisions for the involvement of the Barnehus. The Director of Public Prosecution has created separate guidelines for conducting interviews with suspected children. In the barnehus, we have made a necessary modification to premises so that we can shield the victims from the suspect. We have a separate wings for this group. At barnehus, we have created a specific template for the planning meeting for this group, which naturally differs from the template we have for the victimized children. Such a template is important for quality assurance, ensuring that the children are taken care of at the day of the interview. Another thing is that we never start follow-up before the police give the green light. We are completely dependent on good cooperation with the municipality, the special health services, the police in these cases. We have discussion about risk associated with this group. A safety assessment is made by the police depending on the severity of the offense. If the safety risk is too high, the interview is conducted at the police station with a counselor from barnehus present. In these cases, I have to say it's not easy to gain a position for follow-up with the group. Furthermore, it is often the same defense lawyer who attends the police interview. We have established a good relationship with many of these lawyers, and they see the advantage of the child receiving follow-up. They therefore often advise the child and the parents to accept help from barnehus. So, how do we work? Working in cases with unwanted sexual behavior is demanding for several reasons. Often, the victims and the suspect know each other. They may be siblings, cousins, classmates, neighbors, or some other type of relationship. This quickly leads to feeling of chaos in cases, especially when the parents became aware of the situation, even if the incidents happened a long time ago. It is difficult to create a fixed plan for handling such cases. One must be flexible and adapt the work to each individual case. This is based on factors such as closeness in the relationship between the children, the living situation, do they live in the same house, the parents' knowledge of the case, the scope of the harmful sexual behavior, and more. What is important in all these cases is being aware of the need to safeguard all parties, both the victim and the suspect child and their parents. We make good plans before, during, and after the interview. Immediately after the interview, interagency collaboration is essential to safeguard all interests. On the following up meeting, agreements are made about what parents can or should be informed about and who will do what in the continuing work. In the continued work, it must be assessed whether the children can say or will be reunited on the same day, or if the situation suggests they should be kept separate for the time being. If separation is necessary, the option for this must be assessed with the parents and the child welfare service. In cases where reunification is considered possible on the day of the interview, the children and parents will be spoken to individually before they are brought together for a joint conclusion to the interview day. To show you a bit on how we work, I have a case and I will say something on how we work in this case. This is a case with sibling incest. We also have the youth. That's not in the family, but but they have harmful sexual behavior with friends or other. But this is to illustrate how we work. It was reported to the police about an 11-year-old girl who told the school nurse that her older brother, 16 years old, had sexually abused her on her several occasions over a long period, touching her genitals and inserting his finger into her vagina. He had also gotten his sister to touch his penis and tried to get her to suck his penis. And the school nurse reported the case to the police. Child Protective Services is notified by the police about the initiated investigation and concern, and is invited to participate in the further case process. Child Protective Service has also received a separate notification of concern from the school nurse. Once the investigation was clarified and a date for the interview was set, a consulting meeting was arranged with relevant actors, prosecutors, investigator, interviewer, counselor, victims' counsel, and Child Protective Service. Information is gathered about the victim's function. So first we were talking about the victim. This includes interviewing the person who reported the case, the school nurse, and possibly other relevant witnesses or other agency. It is, as I said earlier, it's more challenging to get information about the suspect since consent is not available here. Child Protective Service may, in some cases, know the family, and witnesses interviewed regarding the victim may have knowledge of the suspect. On the interview day, it's carefully planned, and the meeting reviews status of the case, knowledge of the children's function, practical arrangement, who will accompany, when, by whom will the child be informed, when will the parents be informed, follow-up and risk assessment and medical examination. And then it's the day for the interview. The girl who are victim arrived at school at the day of the interview. She was informed by the school nurse that they were going to Barnehus that day to talk to the police about what she had reported. Upon arrival at the Barnehus, the girl was met by an interviewer who spoke with her and escorted her to the waiting room. This was to reassure the girl as much as possible about the situation and to inform her again and in more detail about why she was there. She was also informed that the police would also speak to her brother that day and that the parent would arrive at the Barnehus somehow later. When the girl was at the facility, the parents were contacted to be informed about the case the police were investigating. They were also informed that their daughter was at Barnehus and that it was desirable for them to also meet there with their son for a police interview of him. During the period when the parents are informed about the case, it can quickly become very hectic, with a lot of unrest and concern. It is therefore important to have enough staff of the case to be able to address questions and calm the situation for those involved. At my Barnehus in Kristiansand, we always have 2 counselors for each case. This ensures that the one counselor is always following the interview, and another counselor can take care of and speak with the escort, the parents, while the child is being interviewed. An important task for the counselor speaking with the parents during the interview is to try to reassure them as best as possible in the difficult situation they find themselves in. The focus is on being offered help to handle the situation after the interviews. They will also receive, educate information about what has emerged in the interview. Parents are encouraged, despite their current concern, unrest, to be present for their son and be a safe adult for him. In the interview, the girl reports several incidents over a period of 1.5 years. The last incident was for about 1 year ago. The brother started his interview at Barnehus a few hours later after his sister began hers. The brother admits to the incidents that his sister explained. There are no major discrepancies in the explanations, and in the questions the brother is asked based on his sister's interview, he states that what his sister said is true. In this case, it was decided that the school nurse could come with the girl. She was asked about this by the investigator, as well informed by the interviewer about what she should tell the girl on the day of the interview, including via letter with information from the interviewer that she could read to the girl. The suspected old brother was to be summoned to a police interview on the morning of the interview day via his parents. The parents could accompany him. So what happens after the interview? Immediately after the interview, interagency collaboration is essential to safeguard all interests. In the follow-up meeting, arrangements are made about what the parents can or should be informed about and who will do what in the continued work. In the continued work, it must be assessed whether the children can or will be reunited on the same day, or if the situation suggests they could be kept separate for the time being. If this is the case, the possibility for this must be assessed with the parents and the child protective services. In cases where reunification is considered possibly on the day of the interview, the children and parents will be spoken to individually before they are brought together for a joint conclusion to the interview day. A safety plan is also developed after the interviews to ensure that no further incidents occur. This is a great collaboration between the family, the children, and the support services. The safety plan may include points such as brother should not enter sister's room, brother and sister should never be home alone, the bathroom door must be locked when someone is showering, etc. It's always important that all involved parties understand the content of the safety plan and why the relevant measures are included. Participation from all parties ensures that everyone takes ownership of it. In this case, after separate conversation with the children and parents, the siblings were reunited with their parents. This was important for the sister, as she did not want her brother to have to move out. She felt that it has been a long time since the last incident and that they had been together a lot without anything happening. If her brother had to live somewhere else now, she would be very sad. However, she expressed that she was happy to have a safety plan, because even though it had been a long time since the last incident, she had feared that he might do something again. That was also the reason why she had told the school nurse about the incidents. Now that her brother had admitted the acts in the interview and a safety plan had been created, she felt calmer that it would not be repeated. What we see is that in the time after the interview, parents often have a great need for support and conversation to handle the situation. Child Protect Services will have a dialogue with both the children and the parents in the coming weeks as part of their investigation. Follow-up and counseling session with a counselor from the Barnehus are offered. Again, dialogue and interdisciplinary cooperation are important to ensure a good support for them. In this cooperation, it may also be relevant to involve other actors to map out and ensure that the harmful sexual behavior does not persist. Others who may be relevant to collaborate with, in addition to the police, barnehus, and child protective service, can be MST, USB, multi-systemic therapy for unwanted sexual behavior, child and adolescent psychiatric services, family counseling offer, school nurse. The length of time at the barnehus, barnehus works with children and family after the interview days varies. In some cases, this follow-up may last over time with conversation and, for example, assessments like Professor TSCC. The follow-up from barnehus is voluntary, and it is observed that some individuals do not wish to continue with follow-up. In other cases, other actors, such as Child Protective Service and MST, take over most of the continued follow-up. For barnehus, it takes on a less active role on the ongoing work. I have also another case I would like to present for you, and that was about a boy with special needs. He was 19, but because he had special needs, he came to the barnehus. And he had, some time ago, on 2 occasions, touched his cousin inside her underwear. This was during an overnight stay. The victim told her mother, who reported the case. Both interviews were conducted at the barnehus. The suspects admits to the acts, but with some differences in the explanations regarding the scope and time of the incidents. Further investigation also uncovered some secret filming and photos that sexualized children. He also admitted this is in a new interview. The suspect had attended counseling session at barnehus with a counselor from the first interview until the trial and the verdict. Time spent on building a relationship. They had to postpone talking directly about the case during follow-up because the case was still under investigation. However, they have, among other things, been able to talk about family relation and work on those issues. There have long been communication problems between mother and son. They are now working to improve these. Barnehus have also been involving starting work with the extended family. The victim's mother and the suspect's mother, they are sisters. Now that the verdict, when the verdict arrived, they provide a lot of insight into the suspect's functions when a plan for the implementation of the youth sanction is to be set up. It may also be relevant to continue in counseling session with the suspect, as the suspect and the counselor had established a very good relationship. When the counselor had a conversation with the suspect, they could more directly address the acts he was convicted of. He knows that the counselor knows everything, and he feels safe, at least safer, talking to him about what's happening and with a completely new person. The little they touched upon, he was clear and said, "I would never dream of doing anything like that again." Then the counselor confirmed this with him, but at the same time it challenged him that those around him must also be able to feel safe about this, and they must work on that. The counselor at the barnehus believe this is successful because they use the dead time during the investigation period to establish a relationship. As a result, Now that the verdict has come, the barnehus can much more quickly begin with good, targeted and accurate measures in the youth section. I had, but I'm not sure, I had sent a little video clip, but maybe it didn't. No, okay. Because I had a short video clip from the barnehus in Kristiansand. But this is what I was going to say without a video clip. So thank you very much for your attention.
Ačiū, Annalise.
Thank you, Annalise. Thank you for sharing your experience and presenting those two cases. Thank you very much, Annalise, for sharing your experience and presenting those two cases, because we were able to see the extent of your work in some complicated situation. The first case was really very nice when two children were treated as those in need of assistance, and a plan was devised to assist the entire family. Aušra, do you have anything to contribute to that? Or would you introduce the next speaker? Well, I heard a very important phrase. I would like to underline it once again. That when a perpetrator is seen, he's considered not to be a child anymore, but a perpetrator, and we have to work on it. We have to prevent it. We have to have a unified approach towards children in order to see those children as children to work with rather than the problem to deal with. And when we see children as problems, it prevents us from working on their future. We still have some time for one question. Are there any questions? In her presentation, Annalise said that 8 of 10 children after the intervention would not return to harmful sexual behavior. Did you analyze not so successful cases, and what were the reasons for repeated harmful sexual behavior?
I'm not sure that I understand the question. You referred to this about 8 or 9 that has been corrected. They didn't do it again, and your question was.
Tokį, prašau, klausimą tiesiog ir...
Could you please repeat the question?
Sėkmių atvejai ir
Did you analyze the cases when the perpetration, when the harmful sexual behavior was repeated in 1 or out of 10 of those cases?
We have not been in this research. This is a research from, I think, 2006 or something like that. So but I don't think we have youth we have followed up in barnehus. They are not coming back. Was this the answer? Or?
Tai dar kartą ačiū. Ir tikrai jau šį kartą.
Thank you once again.
Antras kartas nemeluos. Kviečiu.
And now I would like to give the floor to Pa Samuelberg. I apologize for my mix-up of the speakers.
please. Sound as well, yes. That's the one. And the sound is... Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me here. My name is Pua Samuelberg. I'm a trained clinical psychologist and I'm also a senior analyst at Barnafrid. Barnafrid is a national competence center in Linköping in Sweden. So I will talk a bit more about Barnafrid and the work that we do related to share knowledge on problematic and harmful sexual behavior a bit later in my presentation. But first, country context picture. Sweden is, as you know, a Nordic high-income country with a total population of 10.6 million, of which 2 million is children. And one in four is of non-Swedish background, which of course is very important when it comes to, it's a relevant information when it comes to prevention work and how you address these questions. The Swedish age of criminal responsibility is 15 years, and to my knowledge, Lithuania has 16, yes. Okay. So how is violence against children seen in the Swedish society then? Well, politically, violence is not a controversial matter. Society recognizes that violence is a public health problem. It affects many. It causes inequality in mental health and somatic health, gender matter. And it's a serious problem for those who have been or are at risk of being subjected, and also for those who do not receive help to reduce the risk of a negative development. Violence is also never motivated, of course, and especially when we have launched the Convention of the Rights of the Child, this is even more evident when it comes to children. So, as Sweden's address this problem is that it's, especially also when it comes to problematic and harmful sexual behavior, is that it is a preventable problem. In Sweden we have, like for example, launched a new act regarding consent just a couple of years ago, which I think will probably make a huge impact. We're starting to see some signs of this, but it has still to be, remains to be investigated. And violence against children regarding especially problematic sexual behavior is still a significant knowledge gap. And as Simon Hackett told us, we need to work to see problematic sexual behavior as a multi-agency responsibility. This is just an outline of how we regard the prevention work on universal, selective, and indicative level. Of course, when it comes to the children who are at high risk of recidivism, we should have interventions that are based on risk, on evidence-based knowledge. And when it comes to universal prevention,
I think there's lots of part in society that has a major role in doing, making these changes. For example, schools, as I will tell you a little bit more about later. And when it comes to the health sector, when it comes to youth seeking knowledge regarding sexuality, there's been also new methods launched called Sexit, which has been now researched, which gives young children, or not young children, sorry, young people, the opportunity to have more knowledge and to know more what is expected of them and what is not expected, and concerning consent, concerning violence, concerning healthy relationships. Working with this knowledge, we have different kinds of guidelines, of course, helping us in Sweden. Of course, the foundation is the Swedish legislation, the Swedish Penal Code, the Healthcare Act, the Social Services Act, and so on. And also, as I told you, since 2020, the Convention on the Rights of the Child has been implicated in the Swedish law. Us working in this field for many years have been trying to address the guidelines, the international guidelines, with support from NICE guidelines and also the ATSA, of course. We have operationalized these guidelines into national clinical programs regarding conduct disorder when it comes to that kind of problems. And also there are various local routines for interagency work in this field. The National Board of Health and Social Services are overviewing this work. And when it comes to the interagency collaboration, this is a picture from an online training that I will talk a bit more about later, which shows both the individual responsibility from each of these authorities, agencies, meeting children in various sectors of society, like healthcare, schools, social services, and in the justice system. And the gray and the blue area frames illustrates regulated, recommended interagency consultation and collaborations, which is very, very crucial in all of these works. And as you can see, the child protection within the social services play a central role. According to the Social Services Act, professionals working with children are obliged to report concern to the social services whenever there's a worry about maltreatment. This, of course, includes children exposed to violence, sexual abuse, as well as when there is a worry that children display problematic sexual behavior or harmful sexual behavior. So lots of representatives here come from Barnahus. I do not work at Barnahus because, as I told you, I come from Barnafrid, National Competence Center. In Sweden, we do have Barnahuses. The first Barnahus was launched in 2005 in Linköping, actually. And today, a rising number of Barnahus offer services to assess and support harmful sexual behavior, but this is not true for all the Barnahuses in Sweden. Barnafrid did a survey where it shows that 14 of 33 Barnahuses in Sweden offers a RASER, which is our main instrument for assessing risk recidivism. And in this survey, there was, we had comments that many cases remain undiscovered. Children fall through the cracks still in Sweden. So professionals working in Barnahus can see that there are children who display problematic sexual or harmful sexual behavior, but who are not recognized, identified, and supported well enough. And one of the challenges, of course, is that problematic sexual behavior, harmful sexual behavior is still taboo and sensitive question, like we've been talking about today. The victim perspective seems to be the main focus, of course, like in many countries. There is a lack of competence and there is also lack of resources. We don't have a Barnahus standard that says we should include this target group yet, but hopefully this is something for the future to be worked on. And we need to further develop work for these children, for their well-being and to prevent future victims. So when it comes to the school's role and responsibility in Sweden, we think that school has a unique and important role related to the compulsory education law. Education is part of a child's rights from 6 to 15 and very often up until adulthood. And the main focus is, of course, prevention and promotive work, where schools have obligation to work against harassment and insecurity, perceived ones and actual ones, but also a responsibility to detect and report concerns of crimes and report these to social services or police when identified or suspected. The school also has a distinct responsibility when it comes to shaping values and norms, which, as I told you, is a very important part of the universal prevention, we think. So, in a new cross-curricular curriculum addressing these questions of sexuality, consent, relationships, and violence. So in many subjects, the teachers are obliged to talk about these things and make it, the knowledge available for children and youth. Okay, Barnafrid, I told you. Barnafrid is, in Swedish it means, or in English it means child peace. Barnafrid has a long-term mandate, an assignment from the government to collect and disseminate knowledge about violence to professionals working in multi-sectors. And the aim is to prevent and stop violence and exploitation of all children. Related, of course, and in correspondence to Agenda 2030 and Convention on the Rights of the Child. Our mission is to, the role of the Barnafrid is support system-level knowledge exchange and policy coherence and an intersectoral learning. Barnafrid's customers are those who work or will work with children or for children or make decisions concerning children. And this includes professionals in healthcare, child protection services, preschools and schools, law and enforcement including Barnahus, governmental agencies, NGO, MPO, and CSOs, also to university and university colleagues, professionals and experts. And for those who are thinking about working with children, we are actually a great resources for students for first cycle education, especially when it comes to our e-learning resources. So Barnafrid work with communication, national network meetings, lectures, conferences, trainings, publications, research and dissemination. And these are my colleagues in Linköping. We have a multi-professional competence and competence from a multi-sectoral disciplines, as you see here. And we have 5 different programs, program managers, from social services, healthcare, law and enforcement, preschool, school, and civil society. So when it comes to helping to bridge this knowledge gap regarding problematic sexual behavior and harmful sexual behavior, Bonafide works as a university agency with these kind of processes to analyze the needs and recognize the knowledge gaps, take part of latest research evidence there is, and perform interventions, educations, and tools, and try to implement these and evaluate them. This is, of course, in correspondence to the needs of the users, the professionals that we meet in various conferences and trainings. We have an assignment to do this cost-effective and scalable, and that is why we have created so much digital resources the last years, of course. And starting to build competence is always the start of making a great problem more aware in society. So these are the steps that we aim to address in our e-learning programs. In Sweden, for the last 25 years, we've had national networks for problematic sexual behavior specialists. We have annual meetings for these professionals from the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services, from Barnahus, social services, and also from public and private governed institutions. Here we try to help out with knowledge, demonstration on certain methods and practices. We perform workshops regularly, especially when it comes to risk assessment, and to always learn more on inter-rater reliability, because doing the risk assessment is a very hard work and some competence that you have to always refine. So the skill development is important, and also the experience sharing between the members in the network. We have national webinars. Many of them are digital. In 2023, we had the privilege to have our first topic on problematic harmful sexual behavior. And then we had invited Samuel Hackett, professor from Durham University, as one of the speakers. And this webinar attracted 1,200 participants, professionals working in multi-professional teams from interdisciplinary agencies. I think this is a great way of looking at the huge interest this topic has in Sweden to learn more. Bonafide also has this digital knowledge portal where we launch our resources. It's also a repository for methods and screening instrument, diagnostic interviews, and so on. And all of these materials are free of charge for professionals. Here you can see part of these resources. And as I told you, we created an e-learning program. 2025, April this year, we launched Problematic Sexual Behavior Among Children and Youth, a resource that is a multi-agency resource. And To do this, we had very good help from focus groups, from multi-sectors professionals working in multi-sectors, and also reference groups with experts like Professor Simon Hackett, for example, to help us think what is important, the most important thing when it comes to implement knowledge in this matter. Since I will say that the e-learning program has now attracted many registered users, and it's tried to the purpose is, of course, to support a shared understanding and implement practical skills to promote health and well-being of children with sexual behaviors, and also, of course, to prevent sexual abuse between children. And part of this e-learning program, of course, is based on the foundation on the rights of the child, and also to bring up various perspectives that is important for children. The perspective is of LGBTQI sexuality, sexual identity, the development of a healthy sexuality, of course, and also when it comes to certain risk groups like children with disabilities that we've been talking about today. And since we've started this program, the outreach has been huge. This is the most attractive e-learning program in our agency. It has attracted 900 registered users in 5 months, and that is more than we expected. The competence program that we launched has a shared foundation and also agency-specific tracks. There's a common ground for all professionals working with this, and this is has to do with the basic knowledge and regarding this problem. It brings knowledge on the development of healthy sexuality, and also the broad perspective of sexual behavior problems in children and adolescents. It also brings about how the principles of how to respond and approach both children, adults, and their caregivers when it comes to very difficult situations, like, for example, the Norwegian example when it comes to sibling abuse, which is very, very delicate matter. And this part of the training program also tells a bit about prevention work, the multi-agency prevention work. And then the second part of this program, you can, as a professional, learn more about the responsibilities of the social services or the justice system from the age of 15, the healthcare responsibility, and the preschool and schools responsibility and assignments. I'll see if I can show you a short film clip. Well, I won't be able to do this now, I'm sorry. But in this training program, we have not only information and facts about this very important area, we also have expert interviews, we have role play scenarios, we have process support for how to work. Especially this is very, very important, how to work with this in different sectors of society. And the resources show lots of illustrated process, like this continuum model that Simon Hackett was talking about. from typical to harmful sexual behavior, and gives very practical examples of how you could identify these behaviors in children, when to be concerned and worried about behaviors, and when not to. I apologize for the layout, which something has been very altered in this presentation. Sorry about that. So, my summary here, when it comes to challenges ahead in Sweden, there are still many cases that remain undiscovered. Sexually abused children and children with problematic sexual behaviors fall between the cracks. And interdisciplinary training for professionals is still needed in Sweden. Of course, we've only just started educating about this. We need build knowledge, competence, and capacity, and enhance quality and accountability in organizations, not only within specific persons, experts in social services, for example, but in organizations. And to prevent sexual abuse, we need to widen our focus to all children. Prevention of sexual abuse requires organizational responsibility and equality within the whole nation. Barnahus, as a child-friendly and child rights-based organization, is a great place to start, I think. And problematic sexual behavior in children and adolescents remains a multi-sector responsibility. A shared foundation of knowledge is therefore prerequisite for a substantial transformation. Thank you.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you for the presentation, which once again obviously show there's no silver bullet to healing, and that healing is a very long process that requires a lot of people, a lot of competences, and this presentation showed the importance of prevention, early education, and as well as the importance of cooperation, and it shows how a cooperation can create a common system and find ways to solve many problems all at once. So thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. I was trying to imagine how many people are working in the system. 1,020 to 200 people in Lithuania, and I suppose there were in Sweden. I think we should have at least 400 experts in Lithuania, although we don't have that many. And you are an inspiring example, and you focus on this problem. And I hope we will have questions at the end of the session, and I would like to give the floor to the presentation Children Who Harm Other Children, a Danish Perspective on Assessment, Treatment and Prevention. And we have two presenters, Morten Jarmer, head of the Barnehaus Hovedstaden, the clinical child psychologist. He has more than 20 years of experience in comprehensive psychological assessment and trauma-focused treatment of children and families affected by violence, neglect, and sexual abuse. Morten has been deeply involved in developing specialized approaches for children and young people displaying sexually concerning or harmful behavior. And the next presenter is Kim Rasmussen, a social worker, head of Barnehaus Zealand in Denmark. He has spent more than 25 years working with vulnerable children, young people and their families. For the past 13 years, he has served as a head of Barnhuis Zealand, where he has played a central role in implementing and developing the Danish children's houses. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Morten Hjalmar, and I'm a clinical psychologist and the head of Barnehus Hovedstaden, which is the Barnehus in the capital region. But I'm also the head of the regional unit Phoenix, which is part of Denmark's specialized service for children with sexually concerning or harmful behavior. I'm grateful that this conference focuses on this group because they remain the young people most likely to fall between systems. And in Denmark we see that public attention tends to emerge only when behavior comes extreme. And in those moments fear overrides understanding. The child is met as a perpetrator long before they are recognized as a child in need of support. And yet the signs have been there for years. Since the Barnehus in Denmark were established in 2013, we have known that about a third of all disclosed abuse was committed by other children or young people. And that might be even more knowing Stephen works. These children were visible in the data, but the system lacked the mandate, structure and shared framework needed to respond coherently. For years, practice was fragmented. School, police, social service and mental health each held small pieces of the picture. Without a coordinated lens, behavior was interpreted in isolation, and children were met as cases rather than young people whose action had developmental and relational meaning. The decisive shift came in 2022 when responsibility was placed within the Barnehus in Denmark and Phoenix was created. For the first time, we had a stable, cross-sectoral, trauma-informed structure capable of connecting detection, assessment and treatment into one coherent process. But still today, fear can close the professional space. And a recent example from Phoenix, we had a school contacted us last week, a special school, and they contacted us regarding two boys who was engaged in sexual behavior in the bathroom in a school break. And before anyone understood what had happened or how each boy experienced it, one set of parents reported the other child to the police. The space for dialogue and understanding disappeared instantly. So the integrated approach that we are trying to implement in Phoenix was created precisely to counter this, to hold complexity, maintain curiosity, and give professionals a shared, developmentally informed framework for understanding behavior in context. At the center lies the double lens, both seeing the behavior and the child's vulnerability. And when we keep both perspectives open, responsibility and protection support each other rather than compete. So in the rest of my presentation, I will walk you through the integrated approach that we have developed in Phoenix and how detection, assessment and treatment form one continuous movement. So with this background, let me begin with detection. So knowledge is important, but knowledge alone is never enough. The decisive factor is the ability to translate knowledge into attuned understanding, especially when situations are uncomfortable or ambiguous. So early detection shapes everything that follows. Early signals and early interpretation can open a path to support, but can also close it. And yet early detection is also where adults are most vulnerable. When we lack a shared language, harmful or concerning behavior can trigger shock in us, and shock pushes us towards moral judgment and black and white thinking. When we focus only on the acts of the behavior, how wrong it was, how seriously it appears, we lose sight of the child. We act before we understand, and we act from fear rather than thought. And one important thing is here that the understanding that we are trying to implement, that is not the same as excusing the behavior. It's about creating the condition where responsibility becomes possible, where the child with the harmful behavior can reflect and repair rather than collapse into shame or defiance. So detection is not simply about seeing the behavior, it's about daring to understand it calmly and thoughtfully without moral panic. So it is difficult, and early identification can be extremely difficult, but it's very essential. So most signs are diffuse. We have a feeling of uncertainty or discomfort or subtle relational difficulties, what we see. But these are easy to overlook or explain away. The uncertainty is not a mistake, but it's a condition of our work. And if we cannot tolerate it, we risk either overreacting or underreacting. And just a brief example, we see that groups of young boys seeing porn together and also masturbating together, learning from each other and having a great time. And when teachers hear about this, we also usually can elicit a very strong reaction, and then something that might be green, might be yellow, is traumatized, and the reaction is what's harming the children. But we also see when red behavior is normalized, and that's also something we see a lot in early childhood settings where inappropriate behavior is dismissed as just play. And for now we are working in Phoenix with a 5 years old boy who for the last half year has been peeing other children in their mouth. And the kindergarten has kind of thought that this was just play and a normal behavior. But in both cases, adults feel unsure, and this uncertainty drives the response and not the child's actual behavior. This is why a shared professional language is so important. It allows adults to think together and act calmly and avoid both panic and minimization. Detection is difficult not because professionals lack skills, but because the work is emotionally demanding. One task is to become more comfortable with the discomfort, so our uncertainty does not stand between the child and the help they need. So we have also been inspired by Simon's work, and we are working with this traffic light model, where we have posters and an online version, and I think that this is something that gives us a shared language, and we usually use it primarily in guiding the universal and primary sectors, teachers, early childhood staff, after-school programs, frontline social workers, and so on. Because detections happens there. And this gives us a shared language that's so important in early detection. The key principles are simple, so we don't wait to act until the behavior is red. We act when it is yellow. And this traffic light model, or the continuous model, it's a shared language that prevents adults from traumatizing the green or normalizing the red. So detection, when we are talking about detection, we are talking about a workflow in a way, where the first things are good or qualitative observations. So we have to have grown-ups that might use that traffic light or the knowledge in it to know what to look after and to could be able to describe their observation and build upon them to make good hypotheses and be able to test their hypotheses in actions in meeting with the child. And that might give them new information that adjust their hypotheses, and then the workflow is creating more clarity to know what to do. And if you see this circle, so the first thing is to identify some kind of behavior that are concerning, and then make a structured observation, and then talk to the child and involve the parents, and be aware of your own barriers, because this is something that does something to us. And then seek professional consultation. You might call Phoenix, and then you have to know the contingency plan for your institution, and decide whether this calls for an adjustment in the pedagogical practice or a notification to Child Protection Service. So this is something that we in Phoenix talk a lot about and try to broaden, so primary sector knows what to do in these cases. And what we see is that when professionals contact us in Phoenix, most often the first thing they say is, well, I'm calling because we are not sure whether this behavior is normal, concerning, or harmful. But quickly, when we are talking to this who contact us, it becomes clear that the uncertainty is not about the child. It's about the next step for the professionals to follow. So what to do when I'm concerned, how to handle it in a supportive way. And this doubtful condition that the professional is a good sign. It's a sign that nothing is wrong. It's there the work has to begin. And we say that if we wait until there's no doubt, we have been waiting for too long, because usually the yellow behavior then has become a red behavior and has turned to harmful behavior. And we see in Phoenix the cases that we got referred. We see that when we read case files or case notes, that there have been yellow concerns for months or years before the referral had come to us. And so it's a really important thing that all the concerns that are reported from school, and we act upon them at the right moment to prevent escalation. And acting in the right moment is not acting in a dramatically or unattuned way. It's help in the most broadened sense. It's help with enforcing a structure around the child's everyday life and enhancing adult proximity or ensuring predictable routines around everyday life, a safety plan, starting conversations with the child, maybe using screening methods, and establishing a coordinated understanding. So one point is that we see that the professionals don't misread the signs, but they wait too long to act upon them. So in the integrated model, detection alerts us that something needs attention, but assessment tells us what it means and what the child needs. These are not separate tasks, but connected movements in the same process. We shift from what are we seeing to how do we make sense of the child's experiences and context. And this brings us to the second element, assessment, gentleness, coherence, and understanding. And gentleness and coherence are central in a trauma-informed system. For the barnehus, the children's houses, we know that this process must protect the child from further burden. And this means one coordinated plan, one shared structure, as few entry points as possible, and ensuring that the professional that meets the child is actually also somebody who's able to help the child. So coherence in this sense is not a luxury, it's a condition for participation. Focusing narrowly on what happened risks shame and silence, but when we explore how and why the child's experience, context, and developmental dynamics, we create space for participation, understanding, and bearable responsibility. And this has come from, when we started in 2022, we were not very successful in helping a lot of these children, but this approach seemed to help us help them. So our task is to create condition of safety and meaning-making and developmental possibility. And this is the foundation for all later steps, also including accountability. And when we ask about gentleness and coherence, this also shapes how we understand behavior. When we move into assessment, the key task is to look behind the behavior. Behavior is rarely the problem, it's a communication shaped by fear, overwhelm, shame, or unmet needs. A developmental or trauma-focused lens shifts the question from, why did you do this, till what function does this behavior serve? And many children we meet live with multiple adversities, trauma exposure, under-regulation, disrupted attachment, neurodevelopmental difficulties, psychiatric problems, and limited family support. In that context, sexual concerning behavior can become a maladaptive attempt to regulate unbearable affect. A destigmatizing stance does not remove responsibility, but it makes responsibility possible. When behavior is understood in context, shame decreases and engagement increases. If we respond only to the loud behavior on the surface, we risk in reinforcing the very pattern we want to change. In Phoenix, assessments are always completed by a cross-disciplinary team, a psychologist and a social worker, using clinical interviews, structured observation, trauma and regulation-focused screening, caregiver interviews, standardized measures, and for the older youth, structured risk assessment. Together, this creates a coherent picture of needs, vulnerabilities, and strength. And when the assessment is complete, the work becomes actionable. We conclude with an operationalization meeting where we bring together the child, the parent, the wider network, and professionals around them. And we translate the assessment into clear protection levels, educational framework, everyday structure, and next step in intervention or treatment. And when relevant, we also plan a mediated meeting, and that's usually in the cases where it's intrafamiliar abuse, when an older brother, for instance, makes an abuse for a little sister. Interdisciplinary is not an add-on, it is a structure. And the psychological work illuminates the child's inner world, and the social workers kind of translate this into understanding into everyday safety and support. And sustainable change depends on shared ownership. When school caregivers, local authorities, police, specialized services hold the same understanding and goal, impact grows and the risk of escalation decreases. And knowledge alone does not change anything, but knowledge linked to a coordinated action strengthens the child's developmental trajectories and reduces harm. From assessment to action is not a handover, it's a continuation, a movement from understanding the child to building the structure that makes change possible. So if detection tells us that we must act, and assessment tells us what the child needs, then treatment is where change happens. In relationships, regulation, responsibility, and everyday structure. But not all young people can enter therapy. For some, treatment begins in the relational environment with structure, predictability, and adult presence. Working from you can say outside and in. So building on assessment, treatment is tailored to each young personal developmental level, relational capacity and specific needs. Some benefit from reflective therapy and other needs concrete routines, boundary and scaffolding. External structure becomes the bridge to internal structure. Treatment involves the young person, the family and the wider network. We work with shame, guilt, boundaries, consent, regulation and the link between feelings, thoughts and action. All ways to prevent further harm and strengthening responsibility. Preventing recidivism is a core aim of treatment, and for this to be possible, the behavior must be understood and processed, not only controlled. For the young person needs help identifying early warning signs, bodily cues, relational triggers, and emotional states that activate risk patterns. Insight alone is never enough. Young people need also realistic behavioral alternatives, concrete ways of acting when they feel ashamed, rejected, overwhelmed, or angry. Recidivism prevention means shifting from control to dignity and responsibility. When responsibility is something the person can carry, not something that crushes them, change becomes possible. We build the internal and external capacities that make safer behavior possible. Focus on regulation, insight, connection, support, and the experience that change is meaningful. A key part of our work is mediated meetings, which is carefully planned encounters where repair and accountability can take place safely. These are used when there is an ongoing relationship between the young person who caused harm and the child or siblings who were harmed. The process begins with predictability. Everyone knows what will happen, who speaks when, and what the boundaries are. In the meeting, the facilitator assembles the narrative calmly and respectfully. So we talk about what happened. And children who were harmed are supported to ask questions that they had never voiced before. The young person who caused harm listens, responds honestly, and takes responsibility without collapsing into shame. And I have to say, it takes a long time to preparing for this kind of meeting. So this is just you could say the end goal to make both the harmed and the child who has been harmful to be able to sit in such a meeting. But these encounters reduces confusion and isolation for the harmed children and strengthen insight and empathy and mentalization for the young person who caused harm. And we also see that these meetings create possibilities that no individual therapy is able to. So, to close, detection and assessment and treatment, we try to make them as not three separate tasks, but see them in a way that in free movement in one integrated approach. So we have to go from the unseen to the understood in detection, and in the assessment we have to go from fragmentation to coherence to ensure that we have a single point of entry for these children. And in our approach to helping them, we have to go from fear to thoughtful action. The approach asks us to hold compassion and accountability together and to believe that change is possible. So when early detection is linked to holistic assessment and trauma-informed treatment, fragmented responses become a coherent practice that protects, repairs, and restores. At the core, an integrated approach is a practice of connection. It relies on systems that collaborate and on something deeply human, our willingness to stay present in what is difficult, to hold care and consequences together, and to believe that every child deserves a chance to begin again. Thank you.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you, Martin. For your presentation, which actually brought us across the entire process from detection and leading to courage of healing. And these are tools for thinking rather than a method. These are just ways of thinking how to collect the elements of the image of a child as well as the image of the needs of a child in order to ensure that all the needs of the child are satisfied. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We still have time for questions. Therefore, I open the floor for questions. We have 10 minutes. Therefore, I encourage you to ask questions. We heard 3 different presentations on the experience of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, so you can ask any speaker.
I have a question for the last speaker. How do you identify, actually, who identifies green behaviors and yellow behaviors? You gave a couple of examples, and I was kind of confused about your examples. What are green behaviors and what are yellow behaviors?
That is a good question. So we try to be the one that you could contact if you are in doubt, so that we can qualify whether or not it is a green or yellow or red case. But we also have seminars where we teach this traffic light method, so that school teachers or pedagogues or social workers, they know this traffic light models, and we have cases that they can train on, and we can guide them so that they become more certain whether or not a case is green, yellow, or red. But we have a hotline, and we try to encourage them to reach out if they are doubtful about whether or not the case is green. And also, we are at Barnehus, we are very close to all the municipalities in Denmark. So we also try to have key member at the municipality who knows a little bit more about these cases, so that it could be written in their contingency plan that call this person, and if they are in doubt, then they can call Phoenix. So we try to establish a system where this doubt is not something that make us wait too long.
Thank you very much to Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish presenters. Very interesting presentations, and especially that we are happy to hear that you have competence building centers, and I hope that schools, municipalities, they address you. And probably it's a provocative question to moderators. If we have also a similar competence building center in Lithuania where professionals can get methodological support.
Who is starting?
Mes už.
Question to moderators.
Yes, Podamar.
It's for us, whether it is. Man atrodo tikrai.
I think that it is very important to have dedicated competence centers. We are quite competent in Lithuania in this area. We have a lot of success stories. The thing we lack is systemic decisions on cooperation. We still have some uncertainty on how experts can meet and work together. We always lack resources and lack human resources. If we speak about, well, in terms of the period of 20 years, we have seen a lot of progress here. Well, we can always learn from our Nordic colleagues and other foreign colleagues. We can exchange expertise with them. But one more competence center would be quite beneficial for us, I guess. Well, I will agree with Aušra. Well, establishing a center is an easy task, but it is very difficult to find experts to work in this center. Today, I believe, we have to learn to share information and feel safety. We need to trust our partners, those that we share our knowledge and information with. We have a wide range of experience in Lithuania. Well, sometimes it seems that it is a slow motion movie, but we are moving forward steadily by building our own expertise and competence. Maybe some questions from the audience. Please feel free to ask questions. Can we intimidate the audience and say that no lunch will be available if questions are not asked? Well, representatives of different countries mentioned the mediation method and the use of mediation method. How effective mediation method is if the crime has already been committed, and then what therapy is the most effective if that is available or applied.
Yes, we do have mediated meeting when the crime has been committed. And I think also the mediated meetings are on a continuum. So in one end of the continuum, it's like what I've described. It's a very emotionally intense meeting where we are enhancing mentalization and all of that. But we can also work with some of the kids with autism and mental disabilities or something. And then the meeting is quite different. Then the meeting is kind of the child that with a harmful behavior acknowledge that it has happened. That might be the least thing that we can meet upon. And for the victim, that might also have a huge effect that it happened, and the consequences were maybe severe, but no apology or no remorse or something. But we meet about the narrative, and the narrative is established, and it could be broadened out in the family. So I think the mediated meetings are kind of also on a continuum, and. So we try to, if it's in a family, we really are working towards being able to hold mediated meetings. But if the child isn't able to participate in therapy, then it will be guiding the professional, maybe pedagogues or social workers around the child, and trying to ensure that there's no recidivism. So if the child isn't able to be a part of treatment, then we try to help all the other peoples and networks around them. And we see maybe when that has been going on for maybe a year or some, and the situation had been maybe more stable, then we can try a therapeutic encounter. But and we use, I mean, I don't know, maybe Simon knows, but we don't know which. Sometimes in TFCBT we use if there's trauma, and we work systemically and mentalization based. So we try to tailor that link to the assessment that we have made. So we don't have one method. We have a broad variety of methods that we use.
Yes. As a clinical psychologist, I've been working at a trauma unit with this group, doing risk assessment and treatment for both the victimized child and also the child and adolescent who's been sexually exploiting or harming the other child, very often sibling abuses. To my experience, I don't have any research on this mediating meetings, but to my experience, it's very, very important to always address these meetings and have the perspectives of the abused child in forefront. So it's the abused child that has the last say whether to do these meetings or not, whether it will be helpful or not. Sometimes it's very helpful and sometimes it is not, but it's a very, as you say, very, very work that has to be done with caution and very, very well planned in advance. So, yeah.
Ačiū už atsakymus.
Thank you for your answers. Do you have anything to contribute? No? Any more questions? Yes, we see one. Well, your countries have a great experience in child welfare, in early child welfare. You are experts in this field. In Lithuania, the attitude towards children perpetrators is very strict, stigmatizing, and these children are treated as harmful or as a risk for the entire of their life. They're seen as adult, and actually this prevents effective intervention, social integration, and application of methods. You, as experts from progressive countries, could you explain how you formulate the approach towards children who are perpetrators of harmful sexual behavior? Could you share experience how you formulate or shape the attitudes and approaches towards children sexual perpetrators?
Thank you. The basics is to differentiate between the person and the behavior. I think that's the foundation. So always to see that these behaviors, like Simon has talked about and that you also have been talking about, that these behaviors can have very different function for each individual. And you have to be curious enough to see whether it's a trauma-related response or if it's part of a bigger picture, developing antisocial behavior or something else. Sometimes related to cognitive impairment and the need for more knowledge. So we have to look at children and adolescents from a developmental perspective as well. they're not ready yet.
Thank you. Nepaisant tikrai svarbių klausimų.
Well, I think that we have to stop here. It is very important to remember that our focus is the child, and we can see that because this conference is being organized by the Children's Rights Ombudsperson, and the child is at the center of all our activities. And now I would like to invite you to lunch, and let us meet at 2:30 p.m. again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
No, it was just prepared. I got so
Sveiki, sugrįžę.
Welcome back. I was surprised by two things. First, there are so many of you, in contrast to a general rule. And the second thing is that I'm the only male here, and we are dealing with children's issues, and when such issues are being discussed, men tend to disappear, and it appears to be only the matter for women. My co-moderator is Ieva Daniūnaitė. We begin part 2 of the conference, and I would like to give the floor to Laura Milčienė. She's a very bright person. She is a Director General of organization Save Children. This year, she has been leading this organization, but has been working in Save Children for 10 years. She is very well informed of the area and of the organization. She holds a master's degree in clinical psychology. Her professional career began working with patients suffering from mental health disorders. Today, she will speak on paauglystę, teenage age.
I was thinking for a long time how to present this installation. Some of you have already seen the video and have heard about it, but I chose not to write a traditional speech that you probably expect to hear. Instead of it, I'd like to fulfill a moral obligation that I gave to children who participated in the idea of the project, because the project is based on the survey of 1,200 children, and I want to voice some stories that are recorded in the survey. So there will be some light, there will be some disappointment, some sadness, support, and the lack of support. And I will talk not in my own words, but in the children's words. When I cried every day for a terribly long time, my parents just got angry and said what's wrong with me and that I shouldn't even exist. Last week, I was very exhausted by schoolwork, constant stress, and loneliness, but wanting to find a way out and peace, I decided to talk to a friend. It really helped. When I felt really bad, I did something harmful to myself. I cut myself. I won't tell you how my parents reacted, but I want to talk about my friends. My friends immediately listened to me and comforted me. They said I could tell them everything I feel. They told me they love me very much and that I'm very important to them. I love them so much. They really helped me. When my parents noticed that I was spending more and more time in my room, they didn't pay attention, but then my grandmother came and supported me. On Mondays, I go to school, even though there's bullying there, but I don't care about that. As for sadness, everything is fine because I'm comforted by a loved one whom I love very much. I told my mom that I wanted to take my own life, and she started mocking me and saying, of course, that's your only way out, and so on. People often don't understand how can I not want romantic relationships, and there have been even times when, for example, a teacher deliberately seats me next to a classmate of the opposite sex, and when I ask about it, they say it's just a joke, but I don't like it. Also, my parents say that when I grow up, then I'll want those relationships. My parents are getting a divorce and they don't see my pain. For a long time, I was very sad. Everything seemed fine because I had lots of children and I talked to my parents. However, I was feeling very sad. I would cry every evening. I would not want to live. I would cry myself to sleep. I don't know what happened then, but I feel quite good at the moment. I feel understood and cared by people who support me. I hope that the video you're about to watch will help you to make a pause, to listen, and to try to hear those children who are next to us.
Jų yra labai daug, bet viską kaltinti ant paauglystės ir kad tai viskas yra tik mano galvoje, man tai pavyzdžiui nepadeda.
Aš ir iš tikrųjų tikiuosi, kad mano tėvai manim didžiuojasi.
Jeigu būna sunku, tai nueinu pas mamą pakalbėti, pabūti tiesiog šalia.
Mano paauglystė buvo, sakyčiau, labai spalvinga ir man norėjosi daug išmėginti, daug pabandyti. Paauglystėje aš jaučiausi gerai, kai kurdavau ir labai mėgau tai daryti. O blogai jaučiausi, kai man trūkdavo draugų. Man visuomet norėjosi būti šurmuly, bet tikrai atsimenu laikotarpį, kai jaučiausi labai vieniša. Organizacija Gelbėkit vaikus kreipėsi į mane su mintimi, kad labai norėtų atspindėti apklausą, kurią atliko net su 1000 vaikų. Ir apklausa buvo apie vaikų jausmus ir emocinę būklę. Labas. Aš Agnė. Klausinėsiu tave šiandien. Aš norėčiau tavęs paklausti, kokias emocijas norėtum jausti dažniau?
Dažniau jaus norėčiau pasididžiavimo savimi, šiučiu daugiau džiaugsmo, nes kartais jo tikrai pritrūksta. Ypač daug pykčio dabar kažkodėl, nelabai žinau kodėl, bet...
Nenorėčiau kur pyktis, liūdėti. Nemalonu jaustis liūdnam.
Pasikalbėti su kažkuom, apie ką tu jauti ir kas tave kamuoja, yra geriau negu slėpti viską ir kad tas pyktis ar bet kokia emocija tiesiog augtų ir po to išsilieja nenorimų būdu.
Kai būna sunku, tai aš dažnai bandau nusiraminti iš tikrųjų ir bandau save kaip nors paguosti. Kitą dieną, pavyzdžiui, kažką gerą veiksiu, ar šiaip kažkas gali gerą nutikti.
Mūsų pasaulis netobulas, gali įvykti pykčiai, nesklandumai, galim nesueiti charakteriais kartu su kažkuo. Bandau paaiškinti savo, kad yra skirtingų žmonių, aš ne viena tokia.
Ką suaugusiai turėtų pradėti daryti, kad padėtų vaikams, kai jiems būna sunku ar liūdna?
Duoti šansą vaikui apsiraminti ir išsipasakoti problemų, žinot, kada jas palikti ramybėj.
Nelystų gal tiek, nes vis tiek tos vienatvės gal labiau reikia, kad susitaikyt su tuo.
Gal pamokyti, kad viskas paskui bus gerai ir kad nereikia visą laiką galvoti, kad vienas blogas dalykas gali viską padaryti blogai. Tai...
Ačiū, Pit, labai. Aš gavusi šią užduotį, svarsčiau, kas tai galėtų būti ir pagalvojau, kad kūrinys galėtų vadintis paauglystė. Instaliacijoje vaizduoju 12 figūrų. Figūros yra sudarytos iš plačių kelnių ir džemperių, kuriuos atidavė vaikai. Kai kurios kelnės yra sukurtos iš kompiuterių ekranų, limonadų skardinių ir dar vienas yra metalinės. Man atrodo, kad tokie yra paaugliai. Aš turiu tokį mažą siurprizą.
Labas, Morta. Čia mama.
Man uždavė klausimą, kokiamis tavo savybėmis aš žaviuosi. Viena pirmųjų, kuri šauna į galvą, tai tavo pareigingumas.
Aistė mus labiausiai žavi savo atkaklumu. Ji nori šokti baletą, nori būti scenoje, todėl kiekvieną dieną daug dirba ir daug treniruojasi.
Negaliu atsižiūrėti, kaip tu žaidi futbolą. Mane labiausiai žavi upės tikrumas ir natūralumas.
Taip pat vertinu labai jo gerumą, jis moka pastebėti kitus.
Žaviuosi savo dukros nuoširdumu, jos jautrumu ir empatija.
Mane žavi tavo žingeidumas, noras ir drąsa išbandyti naujus dalykus.
Labai linksma tada būna ir labai tavim didžiuojas.
Nu ir dar turbūt vienas iš dalykėlių, kurį norėjau pasakyti, kad tu juk žinai, kaip stipriai mes su mama tave myli, ane? Na tai, bučkis.
Nu, iš ties malonu tai girdėti.
Visada būna malonu išgirsti iš kažko, arba ypač tėvų, kai tave giria, arba kažką tokio pasako.
Ar išgirdai ką nors naujo, ar pasako tėvai šitaip?
Tikrai išgirdau. Aš negalvau, kad jis realiai taip pozityviai apie mane galvoja.
Vaikai yra ateitis, bet jais turime rūpintis dabar. Ir labai noriu pakviesti suaugusius žmonės prisiminti, kaip jie jautėsi paauglystėje ar būdami maži ir pastebėti tuos vaikus, kuriems reikia pagalbos ar patarimo.
Ačiū, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. It's not the first time I'm seeing this video, but every time I am affected and very moved to see how the children look when their parents say nice thing about them, and we should say more nice things to our children. So thank you for this project, thank you for this idea, and thank you for the whole research. Thank you, Laura. And the campaign involves all teenagers, but it ties in with the topic of today's, because the children we're talking about today, they're also children and they also have their emotional needs. And as parents, we should also see these videos as well as professionals. And now let's move on to the second presenter of this part. It's going to be Janeta Bokeldere, and she's replacing another presenter. She is the deputy director of Barnahus in Latvia, and she's responsible for her work with the team, and she works with Children's Service. She used to work in the center, the Dalytis.
It's not in your list because I came here as a listener. Now I am here because my previous colleague from Dalytis, she got stuck in airport, and this morning, I needed to step in and speak. So don't be pretty rush and harsh to me. My role in here is very interesting because I am from both of these organizations. I am head of counseling department in Center Dalytis, which is NGO, and now for the last 2 months I am deputy head of Barnahus Latvia. So in this presentation maybe you will see my professional identity crisis because I am getting used to my new role. So. Yeah, about Barnahus Latvia. We are pretty well known as a turtle organization because this is our logo, and this is the way how we get there, because this turtle was one of the first toys in Barnahus, and we have these brainstorms about our visual identity, and then this house is like a shield, the shield is like a protector, and then protection means it's your strength, and strength is like a flower. And also usually when we are drawing multidisciplinary meetings schemes, it looks like that usually when there is a child in the middle and all the professionals are around. And about other organization who was original speaker organization and my previous workplace is NGO Dardedze, who was founded in 2001, and for the first years it worked as crisis centers. And Dardedze was one of the first ones who started to talk about sexual abuse in Latvia at all. And then we changed our focus, and now it works like prevention and consultation center. And why I know a lot about both of these organizations, because Dardedze did this pilot project for Barnahus model, but there was huge resistance in that time, and we kind of gave up because as an NGO we couldn't move further. But yeah, this is in the next slide. This was our way to first Barnahus in Latvia. Dardedze had this experience when we had this contract with police officers, and they brought kids for interviews in Dardedze from very beginning. And then we heard about this Barnahus idea in 2014 from Iceland experts. And then, we did this pilot project. It was very hard years for us. And then, in 2019 we stopped. But then there was also big push from Europe Union Committee when we need to do better, we need to change our system. And so this idea went under Ministry of Welfare and Norway grant, and this idea came back, and now finally we have our first Barnahus. In 2023 December, the first kid was getting his forensic interview there. The structure now for Barnahus Latvia is we are under state institution. It's Child Protection Center. We are located in Children's Hospital, and we are under child protection law, and we have our own minister cabinet regulations. We are very strict, supervised by 2 ministries and stakeholders. So And how kids can get here, it's from state police, or we also have these exploratory interviews in gray cases, and those kids are coming from custody court or social services. In Latvia we have 2 separate systems. Maybe in other countries we have this child protection services. We have 2. We have social service and this custody court. Social service is more like helping with some services, and custody court is taking actions if child needs to be replaced or etc. What we are doing in our daily job, probably a lot of you already know, but for us, we have this forensic interview. In our building they can get a medical examination, and also in our staff we have a forensic psychological expert, but this is tomorrow's topic, how hard it is in those procedures when you need to wait for a pretty long time to just get that examination. So this is how we got interested from investigators to come to Barnahus, because I mentioned there was like huge resistance from beginning, and that then when we said like, hey, we have this expert, come here, and this is how we break the ice, I would say. Yeah, also because we are located in Children's Hospital, we have medical support, because yeah, if you just want to go to the hospital for some services, it's also pretty huge lines, but for us there is this green corridor and we can invite them to our building. Yeah, and this is the work what we are doing with the children and parents. And this is how our Barnahus looks like. This is like the guest room where they first came and spent the time before interview. This is forensic interview room. This is where experts are sitting, like in downstairs. This is medical examination room, and this is how it looked from beginning. Yeah, I was there when there was some rats on that basement, etc. And now it's like such a welcoming place. Yeah, a little bit about statistics. Yeah, you see in the 2023 there was only 3 children who got that forensic interview in our building. But because it was only offered in end of December, and now this year number is pretty huge. Like our stakeholders told us, our goal for this year was 200 kids, and you see it's already 251. Yeah, and already from that number, if we are looking from previous year police statistics, it's almost 30% who already got this service in our building. And we have very good news. Next year there will be first Barnahus in regions. Yeah. And about harmful sexual behavior, yeah, I was a big part of this process. I don't know, from 2010, we heard about harmful sexual behavior in different these kind of conferences, but we didn't know what it is. Maybe sometimes we got kids with this behavior, but we still worked like with the victim from child sexual abuse, and we always had this thought, oh, why this process is not working, something is missing. And then yeah, we, as Dardedze, as this NGO, we got these mentors from UK, which is Donald and Stewart, and they started to bring this idea more and more, and finally we were ready to take and do something different, because yeah, we realized when there is some missing information or etc. And also our practice now are built from Swedish expert, and yeah, so if we wanted to bring something new to our government, we needed to make some case studies and some theoretical basis, so we did huge work, and we have these 2 handbooks you can see in the picture. One is for psychologists, one is for other experts, where you can read about harmful sexual behavior. This was the information what we brought to our stakeholders, and we said like, okay, we need to do something more and different. And the 2022 we also did this campaign and conference about harmful sexual behavior, and also we needed some statistics from our country, because that usually you have this international data, and the stakeholders is like, oh, but it's not a problem in our country. Yeah, because we just don't have any information about this problem. And I will show the results later on. After that conference, there was huge work about definition what is sexual abuse in our country, because previous that definition was only 2 lines, and now it's much bigger and better. There was huge, very big discussions and very long process to change this, but yeah, finally we have this. And then also when we started to talk about harmful sexual behavior, our ombudsman took our handbooks and analyzed very strict if everything is correct, why we are talking about this problem. And for other NGO material, which is flag system, there was some problems, and they said you need to stop. But our material, they said, okay, this is what you can spread the word about this material. And also how this new workplace is involved. We seen a lot of these children in our exploratory interviews, because you know they are maybe boys at 7 years old who are making oral sex with each other and no one knows what to do, and then they brought them to Barnahus for this exploratory interview, and then we at first we need to check if there is also some adult involved or if there is not, so we need to do this rehabilitation plan in their municipality and their services, what they had. Yeah, this is the survey. What numbers we got. There was also like an adult who talked about their previous experience when they were kids. And those numbers are like pretty big. And also we have this new, maybe also in your country you did this research. Dalytis was a partner organization for Latvia data. Also in here. If you need to explain why harmful sexual behavior is a problem and why we need to talk about, you see, and also in our country, 37% are those kids who experienced something before 18. And the topics, when we did this research, what topics we got and what are write it down in our handbooks are these. This is for psychologists and this is for other professionals. And also a few of previous speakers talked about this sexual education a lot. This is a huge problem also in our country. Maybe I can go to the challenges first before I will show you one video. Because this dilemma and that hardest part in our country is that when we don't have normal sexual education, there is still discussions why we need that, and then there is like health lessons when their topics are involved. Now they took it out, then sometimes again in schools they are teaching something, but all the time there is this like conservative approach, I would say. And then if you want to talk about harmful sexual behavior, sexual abuse, it's like also like the next step. We don't have the basis, but we are talking about sexual abuse, so it's the hardest part always, all the time for Barnahus and for Dalytis also. What we are doing and how we are helping with harmful sexual behavior, and this probably would be primary prevention program for in our country for little kids. We have this Jimba safety program. Those rules and topics for the program maybe is not like controversial, and probably all of you already know, but the way how we are doing that in our country is like amazing, and all regions are involved. And this program is already like 15 years. But you just need to see, and I can't explain what it is, but I will show you the video. This special experts in our country also is a huge problem. That's why Barnahus together with Dalytis, we discovered this training for like special training program for psychologists, and now we are this is the third year when we are like giving this advanced program for psychologists to get better services afterwards, and they are in like our community. We give them supervisions, etc., and like problem solving. And challenges for Barnahus in our country, it is probably the same as in your country, number of specialists. It's still, we can't get those psychologists who want to do those forensic interviews. Barnahus is only 2.5 years, but expectations is like crazy all the time because we showed that all system problems and everything is like, oh, Barnahus will do that, Barnahus will do that, Barnahus will do that. Yeah, cooperation with justice system, still there is some resistance, but it's getting much better. And this regional coverage and the quality of the services, what kids are getting in their place, because we are in the Riga, which is our capital. But I mentioned we had plans for a first filial. And also, we as Barnahus, we don't want to do some other institution work. So we have this discussion all the time, who is case manager, what is Barnahus responsibility and what is social service responsibility. And these are harmful sexual behavior challenges in our country, sexual education, this competent and consistent response. These institutions, like probably Dardedze and Barnahus could be those, but still we need to spread the word, and still we are in that phase where we need to inform what is this harmful sexual behavior, why we need to take active actions. We don't have any algorithms till now for schools or for collaboration between organizations. Those I already mentioned. And also huge problem is this confidentiality, because we want this safety plan for many institutions, but how correct we need to share information and how much example school needs to know about this problem, how much this orphan court needs to know, and etc. It's still also a huge problem. And but my time is already over, but I would like to show that video if I can. It's 7. So.
I have only one childhood.
Sorry, it's not working.
It forms the foundation for my entire.
Sorry, I didn't enter this. I need to. Oh, no, it's good. It was okay.
Our future. We are curious. We want to understand how the world works.
Adults create the environment for children, safe or unsafe, depending on their knowledge and experience. In Latvia, there is still a high tolerance for violence, both in adults' attitudes towards children and among children themselves.
1 in 10 children in Europe suffer from severe domestic violence.
1 in 4 girls and 1 in 20 boys under 18 will experience sexual abuse. We at Centre Dardedze believe that violence against children is preventable and that every child deserves to experience a childhood free from violence. Therefore, both children and adults need to receive knowledge, skills and support to enable children to experience safe relationships. Centre Dardedze is a non-governmental organisation that advocates for a safe childhood for every child, especially focusing on prevention of child sexual abuse and exploitation. In many cases, children can become victims of violence simply because they have not been taught the skills and knowledge of how to handle unsafe situations, how to recognize them, and whom to turn to for help. A girl who had suffered sexual abuse by her grandfather came to our psychologists. When the psychologist asked, how did the sexual abuse stop? She replied, telling that a teacher came to her kindergarten group and talked about body boundaries, saying that no one should touch my intimate parts, that I should say no and go and tell a trusted adult about it. And that was enough to stop this violence. One of the goals of counselling is to teach also about personal safety issues, to teach about the body, to be able to name different parts of the body, to know which parts of the body are special, which we do not show to each other and do not allow to be touched. Why am I in the Jimba Safety Program? Well, because for me, we all must learn how to build safe and respectful relationships. And Jimba is a character we created to make communicating with children easier. Children can meet Jimba both at the Centre Dalytis, where he lives and meets with children, or on trips to more remote regions of Latvia.
Jimba is big and very cute. He is friendly. I really like Jimba. Jimba teaches children to recognize good touches from bad ones. Jimba teaches us to listen to our internal warning signs in unsafe situations.
However, the most significant social impact is reached by Jimba Safety Steps program. Specially trained educators, Jimba safety agents, implement it in kindergartens and primary schools throughout Latvia. Agents explain complex topics to children in simple, fun, and understandable ways. The program is also adapted for children with special needs. This program is very popular in Riga's kindergartens. Teachers use these lesson scenarios and materials because they are well developed and easy to understand, and children like them. Kindergarten is the first place a child experiences relationships with other people outside their family. Therefore, it's essential that this first experience of forming relationships is positive. And I really like that the Jimba Safety Program is not just lessons for children, but everyone is involved, both educators and parents, to ensure this respectful and safe environment. It brings me great joy to see that what they learn in the program is also applied in their daily relationships with their peers, parents and teachers. For example, they learn to say, "Don't do that to me, I don't like it," and to ask for help from adults when needed. As a mother, it's essential to me that my children grow up in a safe environment. Nevertheless, we all understand that the world can be a dangerous place at times. So I believe it's essential to talk to children about these issues in an understandable way, without frightening them, but also making sure they are knowledgeable and informed. For me as a teacher, it's really important that the Jimba lessons are held in my group because at this age, children begin to show increased interest in their body and intimate parts of the body.
Jimba teaches about the body. My body is mine, mine, mine. Jimba teaches me to say no if someone does something I don't like. I am the boss of my body. Jimba teaches that children and adults can say no to those who do or say bad things. In unsafe situations, I say no, walk away, tell.
The Jimba Safety Program grows and develops every year, reaching 13,000 children annually. Already, more than 500 brave educators throughout Latvia have become Jimba's agents. However, the Jimba program's path to a safer and more respectful society is incomplete. The program aims to be in every educational institution and expand beyond Latvia. Through international partnerships, we hope to have opportunities for the program to reach even more children in other countries, teaching and allowing them to experience safe relationships with others.
Let's give a gift of safe childhood to every child.
So, yeah, that's also will be it from me. Thank you.
Ačiū Janetai už pranešimą.
Thank you for your presentation and thank you for the very concrete examples about how to talk with children and the importance of consistency. It's important not to give up when we encounter certain difficulties. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Ilona Laurinaitytė, head of the Center for Research on Forensic Psychology, Institute of Psychology, Faculty of Philosophy of Vilnius University. She's going to talk about the issue of children's harmful sexual behavior in Lithuania. Are we ready to address it? The floor is yours. Thank you for the introduction. It's my pleasure to talk in this conference. The topic is difficult and we are after lunch and the audience might be slightly fatigued, but I'll try to basically sum up what was said during the first part and the second part, and I'll try to conclude because my presentation is aimed to overview the current situation and are we ready to address the problem in Lithuania. We have already spoke about certain definitions about harmful behavior. We talk very often about criminal behavior. The age boundaries are also very different. In the morning, we spoke about the criminal liability age in Lithuania, which is 14 in Lithuania. The continuum, as Professor Hackett mentioned, is very broad, and is it easy to locate a certain type of behavior on that continuum? Probably not. It's not an easy task, but those who have to work with those cases, and I'll talk about certain cases, the normalized sexual harassment is widespread in schools. Maybe the slide is not very clear, but the number of cases of sexual violence against children is increasing rapidly. And as the professor from the UK mentioned, the main reason of that is our online environment. And of course, the emergence of AI and the ways the AIs it's used for the purposes of sexual violence. And when we see these numbers, yes, we say, yes, there are some people who do that, but some of those behaviors are demonstrated by young people, and our officers encounter young people sending various pictures. Those pictures are noticed and viewed on the internet, and certain organizations identify those photos, and those young people get into trouble for doing that. And when young people enter this system, the whole process is very difficult. So what are the problems that we encounter? I have participated in a major international project. The goal of the project was to look deeper into people who are sexually interested in children. And we spoke about those people, and it turned out that the vast majority of those people are children themselves, young people themselves. And we try to find ways how to change that type of behavior and to provide opportunities to achieve positive change. And we tried to create certain measures for that goal. A lot of European countries participated in the project and shared their experiences. We had many partners, police institutions, universities, health institutions. The main goal of those activities is the safety of children, education, support for victim, and prevention oriented to perpetrator, or prevention oriented to people who are sexually interested in children in order to prevent further harm. This is a slide in the English language, and the slide talks about the aforementioned organization and its research, our voice. We invite our participants to fill out these forms, and this organization is one of our partners. They carried out various research, and they wanted to answer the question, why are people interested in child pornography? And one of the reasons is to remember the things that one had experienced in their childhood. The scope of child pornography is large, and we have been talking about children who are addicted to watching pornography. And this is a painful problem that needs to be addressed, and to reduce the exposure to pornography. And this is a very difficult task. We've already seen a triangle in the first presentation when we talk about primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. And I would like to react to the problems that are prevalent here in Lithuania. So primary prevention and problems related to it, it's the beliefs in our society, and it's nothing new that people's attitudes towards sex education have deteriorated. This is our statistics. And when we start talking about sex education, there's a belief that it's the parents who are responsible for that. So this is a rather conservative position. And however, it's very strange because our city is full of advertisements of ladybugs making love, and these advertisements talk about sexual relationships, and they're very public. Consent, and sadly, but there were discussions in the Seimas about the concept of consent, and the whole topic was heavily mocked. And it's very difficult for children to understand what's normal and what's not, when even the adults themselves cannot define it. And it poses challenges in investigated various cases, because our attitudes have an influence on that. What are the global projects talking about this topic? There are quite a few projects. 2PS project, and I'll tell you where to find additional information about that. Pioneers in this area are our German colleagues with their project Dunkelfeld. They research people like that, and ways how to support, how to help those people. Yes, punishments are important, but it's important to help people to lead a decent life. But here we are talking about certain fantasies, beliefs, and people are not liable for that. There's Help Wanted project from the US. And this program I'm very familiar with. It's partially translated into the Lithuanian language. There are freely available videos about this program. We also have the Finnish project. There is a self-help program that's offered in Lithuania as well, and information about that project was disseminated for a variety of organizations, but nobody was interested in that. However, people from the Ministry of Justice showed some signs of interest in that program. When people, including young people, go on the internet and watch children pornography, and when they are asked, do you want some help? 2/3 of them would like to receive help. And out of almost 22,000 people, more than 13,000 people said they wanted help. And when asked when was the first time they saw this illegal children pornography, the age, they saw it at a very young age. They were all minors. The 2PS has a platform. It's not fully operational, but people can find certain measures for support. There are self-help tools. There are online consultations. And the Lithuanian package of support measures includes Stop It Now program, although I haven't tried this tool and I don't know how well it works. The support is available in a variety of languages as well. What are the main problems in working with experts in Lithuania? Colleagues, psychologists from abroad talk about their work, and we have a lot of psychologists, social workers, and other professionals in this area. But the main problem is the fact that it's not easy to talk about sexual matters. And when we talk about a very specific behavior and children and what's normal and not, then it becomes even a bigger problem. In addition to that, there are certain positions in the society, and the first reaction of experts is usually confusion, because people don't know what to do and how to help. Another survey was carried out with experts to assess their skills to work with children who experienced sexual violence. And we interviewed a variety of experts, and they mentioned that they had enough knowledge and skills to work with the victims. However, they lacked knowledge to work with people demonstrating harmful sexual behavior. I'm also a private practitioner, and I work with a lot of colleagues, and even as specialists, we struggle to talk about sexual matters. And why is that so? And even in a very safe psychotherapeutic environment, it's difficult to talk about these things. Although psychologists are taught to do that, but we are limited to the peculiarities of Freudian social development and things like that, and we don't talk about that enough, and we don't have enough knowledge, and we don't have enough skills how to react and how to determine what's normal and what's not normal. One's personal discomfort is also very prevalent. Coming back to the main areas of discussion, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, our prevention measures are very limited when it comes to children demonstrating harmful sexual behavior. And when I hear about specific cases in schools, I notice that reactions are very chaotic, and they are not in line with the model that was introduced to us during the first part of the conference. The training of experts is not up to date. And therefore, we need separate training for our specialists, although we do have some resources both abroad and here in Lithuania. However, we need more interinstitutional cooperation, and as Aušra Kurienė said, we could establish a specialized center, but we need a common understanding where we're going and what do we want to achieve. Thank you.
Didelis ačiū.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing your experience. And we are making some progress, but we still feel this conservative attitudes on the part of politicians, and there's a fear that we would teach children some unwanted things. I'm really angry because of that, but my anger is not effective. And I really lack and see the lack of this understanding in Lithuania of the issue. Thank you very much, and I hope that step by step we will have much more liberalism and a liberal attitude in this area in order to educate and to teach the basic things from the early childhood. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Kristina Stefanova. She is from the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. Kristina has been working in the ministry, and she's worked in other organizations, NGOs like Save Children, and she has initiated many innovative services. And one of them is the establishment of foster care centers for foster carers and foster children. And she is also a member of Lanzarote Committee and member of the Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child. And she also has many other important roles. Thank you, Yeva. Thank you for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that we are courageous enough to discuss such topics, and we are looking for the solutions to the problem. My presentation is the last in today's program, and I'm an optimist. I have been working many years in the area of children's rights protection. It takes time for us to make some achievements, but we finally manage. If we look back into history, corporal punishment for children existed before, not very long ago, and we worked hard in order to prevent and to ban this, and we managed to achieve this success. In my presentation, I have several slides that I would like to complete my presentation. They reflect my optimism. The slides show our future plans in dealing with this problem. Suddenly, this is not a full solution to the problem, but I believe that every step is meaningful if it is taken with a goal ahead. I would like to explain the context and trying to understand why children behave in one or another way. According to my practical experience in working with children and in working in NGOs, children do not choose harmful sexual behavior because they're evil, they're deviant in their nature. Most often, this is the response or the consequence of child's experience or background. Risky sexual behavior of children is becoming very concerning in Lithuania over the recent years, and the number of children who sexually abuse other children is on the increase, and the reasons for such behavior is actually the result of their background and their family situation. If we look at available websites with pornography that are widely accessible and widely well known, so 3 out of 15 porn websites with pornographic content are much more popular compared to other popular information sources such as Netflix, TikTok, and so on. Research shows that children are exposed to pornographic content very early in their childhood. And in their early teenage years, more than 50% of children had seen some pornographic content in their childhood. The most concerning thing is that the great majority of children do not search for this pornographic content actively, but this content, or they are exposed to this content by chance. For example, if children play computer games or are on social media or search for some information, they are exposed to different links or different websites, and if they search for information on Google and make a mistake by entering keywords, there's a great possibility that children will be exposed to pornographic content. When exposed to pornography or content that children do not understand, children actually ask their parents or their foster carers to explain it to them. And another important aspect that we noticed in pornographic films and videos is that there are two tendencies. One tendency is that pornographic content with persons who are in their late teens, they are adults, but they are on the edge of becoming adults. And actually, such films with young people are very popular. And another trend is that pornographic videos with coercion and violence are extremely popular, and this violence and coercion is mostly exerted against women. 88% of all pornographic videos with violence or coercion are with aggression against women, and 93% of those cases In 93% of cases, a woman is the recipient of coercion or aggression, but actually receives it with as a positive things. And often this material includes coercion or violence against the consent of a person. And this helps to shape young people's understanding of relations and sexual relations, because children cannot speak with their parents about sexual relations, and therefore they learn from the sources that they're exposed to. And research shows that young men see porn 3 years before they begin sexual relationship. And when young people do not have sexual relations and do not have this experience and have knowledge of that, and see films or videos with violence and coercion, they learn to understand that this is a normal behavior. And therefore, we see the growing number of young people and adults who think that violent sexual behavior is a norm and something that is appreciated by others. So this is some contextual information in order to explain the extent of the problem in Lithuania. Therefore, we need the involvement of different experts in order to deal with this problem. We have different ideas and available programs under our ministry. We can develop services for children that are lacking in Lithuania. We have a children's guarantee system. This is the EU strategic tool to fight child poverty and to ensure quality education for children. So this entails quality early education, quality healthcare, quality accommodation, housing, quality healthcare, one healthy meal per day, healthy nutrition, and children's guarantees allow pooling the resources to the areas that Lithuania experience great needs. We want to, in this context, we also want to use this measure in order to fight harmful sexual behavior among children. First, we want to select the tool for the evaluation of harmful sexual behavior among children and young people. This will be helpful to different experts and specialists working with children and families, so that they would have a very simple and practical toolkit that will allow to identify the behavior as risky. And in this case, we want to analyze such toolkits around the world and see the best one, find the best one and adapt it to the Lithuanian context. Suddenly, this is not sufficient. Therefore, we want to conduct an analysis and to establish an intervention program or several programs that would be specifically targeted at helping children whose sexual behavior is harmful. Therefore, we we would have a specialized service in Lithuania to help children who are prone to abusing other children or their sexual behavior is concerning, and these children could have access to the services. We would have a tailor-made service that would be in line with the special needs that exist in this area. And we would train experts in the field to work with those programs and help children with harmful or risky sexual behavior. We want to expand the services that would be in line with the needs of children's behavior. We also want to enhance education in the area. Colleagues have mentioned already that we are lagging behind people who are prone to exploiting children, have different tools available, and we are lagging behind in detecting those tools and helping the children. Lanzarote's committee has been mentioned. It is a committee for fighting violence against children. AI has certain chatbots, and if you enter a topic, a certain image can be created, and some criminals or children or people prone to exploiting children can create an AI-generated pornographic image with children. This chatbot can create the images on demand, and sometimes people prone to exploiting young children take photographs from social media and ask AI to create a sex doll with the image of that, from the image of that child selected from the social media. And this means that our solutions are lagging behind the tools that exist in perpetrators' hands. So our aim is to have preventive and educational activities that would improve the skills and competencies of parents and foster carers to detect harmful material online on social media, and to inform on contact points if such information or such cases are detected. This would help to form self-behavior of children and parents online. We also want to further develop a family therapy program. In certain areas, so we are seeking to have evidence-based and problem-targeted solutions. We have a multidimensional family therapy program. This is a program intended to help children with complex behavioral problems who are violent, who run from homes, and we have 3 MDFT teams, and we work with children in the age group between 11 and 17. And our teams actually work in the environment which seems to be the safest and the most acceptable for children. MDFT program is available in 45 municipalities in Lithuania. So this is the coverage of this program in Lithuania. We want to ensure that this program is available across Lithuania, and therefore we will build additional teams to cover the remaining 18 municipalities, and we want to have some additional teams for the largest municipalities in Vilnius, Kaunas, and Klaipėda. This is a very popular program. We want also to help children with risky sexual behavior. And in this case, we want to remind you that delinquent children or children with risky sexual behavior have often background of coercion or sexual violence. But they also have to understand that they will be held accountable, but they will be helped. Through children's guarantees measures, we will continue investment into helping children victims of sexual violence. We have Barnahus, Lithuania. Since last year, our Lithuanian Barnahus was integrated into the children's services. We have a physical space where services are provided for children, but it exists in Vilnius only. We want to enhance the availability and access to such services in another city in Lithuania, maybe in Panevėžys or Šiauliai. And we also want to increase the access of other services for children who are victims to sexual violence, and also ensure long-term mental and other help. In the municipalities, children do not always have access to long-term support, mental and psychotherapeutical support, and therefore we want to ensure the access to such services. We also want to boost our activities in children's hospitals. And another important thing is that we want to promote education on the prevention of sexual violence. Preventive activities should be our focus in order to have similar programs to those in Latvia, where children are taught which parts are private, which parts should be touched and not, and where a stop should be put on. Well, actually, I'm losing my voice, but I'm approaching the end of my presentation, so that brings me to the end. Actually, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask them.
Ačiū, Kristina. Atrodo, yra planas ir gana konkretus.
Thank you, Kristina. It seems there's a plan. And this was our last presentation, and we have quite a lot of time for discussion and questions. Presentations give food for thought, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to share your insights because I know we have experts from Lithuanian institutions, we have presenters from abroad. So if you have any questions or remarks, the floor is yours.
Prašau, sakykit, ar Lietuvoje yra nors vienas universitetas?
Is there a university in Lithuania training specialists to work with people who are sexually reactive or sexually abusive? This is a question for me, although Yeva and I work in Vilnius University. This question was asked by the president of court, whether we have this program in our university. And the answer is the following. There's no need for this program because we need just several experts, and the university program would be just too expensive. However, universities offer certain courses that respond to the need to train some professionals. However, those courses are not as comprehensive as we would like them to be. I would like to add one more thing. I know the situation in Vilnius University, and psychiatrists are trained on these matters, but we do not train specialists. There are no separate programs for them. There is a course that doctors need to take, and children psychiatrists have to take that course. They acquire that knowledge. Maybe there's a lack of legal matters in that in that course. And I think that doctors need to be aware of certain legal matters because young doctors are afraid to work with such cases because they're afraid to encounter legal matters. There's an association that has already taken several important steps and in promoting the cause of sexual health for our doctors, for our medical students, but the process is difficult because of bureaucracy. However, the people from the association prepared the relevant materials, because the European Commission also worked on this matters in the cost course. So the initiatives are there, but they don't become a part of the regular training. Are there representatives from ministries who want to participate in this discussion? There's no pressure, but it would be great to hear about your work in this area. I'm from the Lithuanian Barnahus, and I would like to add one more thing. There's one unit of Barnahus in Lithuania, and we are learning from non-governmental organizations. We're learning from our foreign partners, and I was glad to talk to our guests from abroad today. And as Christina said, those programs are very important for us to know how to properly support children, because a lot of professionals are just afraid to deal with the topic. So we are learning little by little. Any other questions or remarks? I have a question for the Norwegian representative. The Norwegian Barnevern takes out a child from the family when they receive notification about the possible violence, psychological violence or neglect. So the child is taken away from the family. So my question is the following. Is a perpetrator who is a minor and who hurts their sister or brother, are they taken away from the family or do they stay in the family?
As I said, sometimes they can be in the family and you make safety plans, and other times they have to move out. It depends on how long ago the incident was, or how serious the sexual harm is. Yeah.
Ar yra dar?
Are there any questions?
To Miss Christina, so my question is related to your research that 56% of girls and 46% of boys saw pornography for the first time without looking for it all. So I would like to share an incident what happened in 2018 in my hometown. A 15-year-old boy child, he raped a 8-year-old girl and he murdered her. And when the police asked him that why you did this, then he replied that I saw a series on television. So, but the series was for the awareness program. So, in that situation, nowadays, it's quite hard to keep away children from mobile phone or other platforms. So, how to handle this type of situations?
Jo, ačiū už klausimą. Iš tikrųjų.
Thank you for your question. Well, I was trying to say that in the beginning of my presentation, the problem is very complex. If we, for example, go to any porn hub, so the only questions that is being asked, are you 18? And if you press yes, you can be 10 and say, yes, I'm 18. And this is enough to get the porn content on those pornographic sites. And I've mentioned that the children do not look for this content very actively, but banners or advertisings pop up. So in order to address this, we need to formulate, we need to shape safe understanding of the content in order to ensure that children have this understanding of safe behavior and safe content. And for this, we need to boost the tools that allow us to detect who logs on to an internet website. For example, porn websites should be accessed by people who do not only verify that they're 18, but verify themselves in other ways, for example, by providing a credit card, and this way proving that they are really of age. Well, this is very difficult because business doesn't want to lose property and customers, and therefore additional measures are not introduced, but we need additional identification and verification tools in order to ensure that children do not access such websites. Well, we can also ask another question, whether we should create the understanding that in violent sexual relationship, women appreciates violence against her, and sometimes, therefore, we form the understanding that women really like this type of behavior and they appreciate this. Well, is it moral to create such a content? I think we have to think of a stricter tools to prevent children from accessing the content that is inappropriate for them.
Aš tik tai sureagavau į tai, kad
Well, my reaction was that on the one hand, we can speak about business and its profit and privacy things, personal data, biometric data. This is a huge problem. This, in turn, can also be used by malign people. Well, people at 18 can watch porn, but if such people use their biometric data to verify or to log on, their personal data can be used for some malign purposes. Well, actually, we are moving in this direction, and I believe that in the future we'll be able to ensure that. Well, I will speak on porn. 6 or 7 years ago, I read an US research. If you think that Americans mostly spend on American football, and this is huge sums of money, and the largest sum of money by American people is spent on porn web pages, and I was shocked by that. And well, and this is a really profitable area. We have actors who profit from that, and therefore they offer web pages with specific content, and some people also try to engage children in that, and this is related to huge profit. This is a survey from US. Well, on limitations in Europe, well, internet is much more limited than elsewhere. Well, I was actually commenting on US research. I was also shocked by this survey. I would not be that optimistic on Europe. We have a stricter regulation here, especially when we speak about artificial intelligence. We have a certain type of regulation compared to the rest of the world. But is it helpful? Well, I doubt that. Well, actually, children will get access to anything they want. And we need to define our tasks here. And bearing in mind the children's right situation and the tools available, I will be very pessimistic here and say on risk evaluation, I work with risk and threat evaluation, and my answer is that there is no silver bullet for everything. We need to really work hard and find any tools, because some solutions that are suitable for Norway, for example, would not be suitable to Lithuania due to some cultural circumstances, and therefore we have to find our own solutions that are culturally suitable for us. Any more questions? Well, I will briefly comment. We want to make an analysis. We don't want to choose one tool. I think that any activity needs to be meaningful. We don't have much time today, but we have another wide area which influences children. These are influencers online. We have a very large group of people in Lithuania. These people who advertise cosmetics, for example, this is not very harmful, but sometimes they advocate for harmful behavior. And we have the so-called influencers who advocate for a certain attitudes and certain types of relationship. We had a situation in UK when an influencer invited a girl to a hotel room and sexually exploited her and raped her, and then said that this girl gave a consent. But actually this girl was under the influence of alcohol. So this is the area that we also have to work very hard in order to make some change. Well, I have an impression that porn and influences is the primary reason why teenagers engage in harmful sexual behavior. Maybe this is not the prime reason, actually.
Tiesiog reaguosiu turbūt, kad ne.
No, of course not. The last presentation spoke a lot about pornography, but yes, it's not the main reasons. There are many elements to this picture. In my presentation, I spoke about a variety of factors, but currently pornography is becoming a sort of a catalyst for that. And what is our reaction to this behavior? And how do we understand our boundaries? These questions are very difficult to answer when it comes to the internet, because it's very difficult to say where those boundaries begin and where they end. So I don't think we should focus at the moment on the exact reasons of that. And my counter-argument about the US situation: in American universities, they offer intensive programs, and if there's a need to train certain professionals, then universities provide those services. Maybe now in Lithuania, we do have the demand for those specialists working with with children who demonstrate harmful sexual behavior. Maybe we could organize some very intensive programs in Lithuania to train several professionals, because we clearly do have a demand. Let me say one thing. The main difference between us and university, the Kentucky University has a charity foundation, and it has at least 1 billion euros, and this would be considered a very modest foundation, and they can afford that. Lithuanian universities cannot afford to organize these programs because it is very expensive to prepare a project. We cannot ask Ilona to prepare a program because it costs money, it costs time, and we just don't have the funds. I would like to add, I mentioned Johns Hopkins University in Bloomberg's school. This is a school supported by Bloomberg's and a big university, and it has enough funds. And I studied in the unit the unit that I studied in is supported by one family, by the Moore family. And we need a strong political position, and we are in a difficult position, and our finances are allocated for other needs. And we cannot solve these problems alone, and it would be great to see some initiatives from businesses and from state institutions. Good afternoon. I would like to ask a very practical question regarding the specialized center for support. And my question is that 15 or 14 years ago, we had a prevention program, and it was related to the underwear rules. And I have a teenage daughter, and I remember one day coming from the kindergarten, and she said that no one can touch her down there. And these are great programs, and children learn about these boundaries. Why don't we come back to those effective measures? Thank you for your question. Yes, we have to invest more into prevention. And during my presentation, I wanted to say that the Lithuanian Specialized Center wants to come back to the topic of prevention, to make the activities targeted at children more intensive. And we have initiatives, we have projects, but when we run out of funds, those activities stop immediately, and we need some kind of sustainability. And we want to collaborate with Barnhouse to work with prevention measures to keep that consistency. We work with all children who need help, who allegedly experience sexual violence, and they're referred to us by the police. or if we receive a sudden signal about a possible harm, those children can come to us, and it includes all the victims and all children in those gray cases that are not entirely clear, and those children can come to us in order to understand what happened, what was the behavior, because very often children have very negative experiences in early childhood. Thank you, Kristina and Agne. We had a KICO initiative by the European Commission, and this initiative can be found. And we have a program called We're Safe, and the program is adapted for children of various ages, and a variety of institutions can implement this program. Together with other NGOs and our partners, we're trying to implement the 7 standards of environment safe for children. The standards set a benchmark for institutions to provide safe environment for children. Thank you. However, we have to end our discussion.
The question here. So,
The last
actually, I'm an international student here, and I'm not sure if it's relevant or not, but I want to ask all the experts who presented today. So we, like in my country, we don't have any Barnahus. Like in future, if I wanted to create some, like something similar to Barnahus. So today you all presented so many ideas and models. So like, am I able to take your ideas, or like is it permissible to take all of your ideas? Or like the traffic light, I love the most, and the Latvia's Jimba model. So is it like permissible?
About the Barnahus, there is Barnahus network, because there is 10 standards what you need to follow and implement in your country. Yeah, I mentioned we, from beginning, we as NGO tried to implement, and it was like without support from municipality, institutions, governmental, it's, I would say, almost impossible. Yeah, there needs to be like funding, because it's very expensive, but yeah, we did this research before Barnahus, how much one criminal procedure cost, and this was like the first of that research in our country, and this was like how we can show the importance of this prevention, because it's much more cheaper. And about Jimba safety program, I mentioned we have this pattern rights, and Moldova just bought, and we are starting to implement and expand our program with all the materials, because it was like they're like under gym safety program, there is like 15 years of hard work, and also from beginning it was like voluntarily program in our country. Those active kindergarten teachers just call us and they came, but yeah, we did this research, evidence-based, we showed how evidence-based is Jimba program, and then we got this huge support from our Ministry of Welfare, and for a few years they just co-funded. Now it's fully funded by Ministry of Welfare, and the good news is, yeah, because when it was voluntarily, only these like active municipalities came, but we have these like closed regions where isn't any kind of disinformation or they just don't want to talk about this, and because of Ministry of Welfare can push, and we have this like in this movie you've seen how we take our removable scenery and we are driving for 1 week to other side of our country, and then it's like we are pushing to come to our program. So yeah, there is so many resources. You just need to connect with all of these institutions and to just, but yeah, you need some NGO or some support from governmental organization just to start. But it's long and very hard work.
Professor?
I just wanted to say that people have been stealing my ideas for over 20 years now, so it's always good when someone asks in advance. But seriously, yep, please do. I try to produce tools and resources that are freely accessible and available, but if there's anything that I can offer that might help, then please just contact me.
Thank you so much.
Ir man atrodo, kad tikrai visi Lietuvos ir
I think our Lithuanian and foreign guests will gladly answer your questions, but we have only 5 minutes left. Edita, would you like to say some final remarks as the main organizer? First of all, I would like to thank everyone. When I look at the title of the conference, and I think we have already achieved understanding. And we know that there's no need to label those children as criminals. We need to focus on how do we behave with those children. But we are still struggling with response, and there's a long road ahead of us. However, the children are struggling right now at the moment. So there's a burden on our shoulders, and all of the presentations were great. And the main thing I remember from Professor Simon's presentation is hope. And I tend to focus on this word, and I believe that we all do have hope, and the topic is very difficult. It's very difficult to find a response, but we have to keep working. Thank you for everyone who are here today. Let's work further on this topic. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the system of justice, and we will have representatives from the prosecutor's office and other institutions, but we have to also focus on the support for children who demonstrate harmful sexual behavior before they enter a courtroom. So thank you for everything. I would like to thank our interpreters. I would like to thank our moderators. Thank you, presenters. Have a good afternoon.
Ir baigiant, aš tiesiog jau paskutinius sakinius.
And the very final sentences. One thing is very clear. As long as we exist, our behavioral problems will exist as well, and we have to talk to our children about normal and appropriate sexual behavior. And the earlier we do it, the bigger the possibility that they won't have any problems in the future. And when we take care of our children, we are ensuring better lives for them. Thank you.